Please attention. I understand that you've met once again at this event from different places of Ukraine, but we are to have time for speaking, conversing, but now we need to start our event. Greetings at our third dialogue of veterans of Ukraine, and I'm giving the floor to the facilitator, co-facilitator of the present dialogue, Mr. Morganov.
Друзі, в наші часи
At these times, we can't start in another way our event. We need to have Thank you. And first, I'm giving the floor to the co-facilitator, co-head of this All-Ukrainian dialogue. Some words to start with. Last year, we had held the dialogue in Khmelnytsky, and first we had our friend online, my colleague, now is the serviceman. He connected online from Bakhmut, Anton Kolmenko, and he referred to the community and said that we are not to deal with this mess which is going on, but we are to arrange the stabilizing points at different places and to provide different kinds of assistance and aid. And that time it was the second All-Ukrainian dialogue. We traveled all around Ukraine and traveled through different communities and communicated with different families. We held different strategic sessions, and we understood that the community needed certain tools to be applied, certain form for building this stabilizing point. And today our dialogue is about this. We are to receive the answers to many questions which we have not received before, from the governors at the national level and from our partners, experts, and leaders of communities. Here are about 200 communities from different corners of Ukraine. I know how many communities are presented online, how many partners, but we are to communicate all together. And I'm giving the floor to my colleague, Mr. Sergei Morganov. Good day, dear friends, Mr. Vice Minister, dear ministers, all those present, online, offline. It is the truth that the dialogue is the key word here. It is very important, and it's a very important word that we are here gathered together. And today we are communicating all together with the community, with the society, and we all understand how important the collaboration communication is and how important it is to communicate with the veterans. Since 2014, everyone knows that every community started some processes and started working in this direction. But after the large-scale invasion, I need to say in this way that today Ukraine, and at that time Ukraine, got to such an environment as the Second World War, that many people who have never serviced before, they died, and this is virtually is a challenge to the all our society, as all these veterans were before ordinary civilians, and they went to the service. They took the duty to defend our country. And today, that is why I need to underline the importance of this dialogue for us to search for possible ways of configuration, to provide the assistance to veterans, as we all need to understand those who are to be demobilized, they are to be future veterans. And I think that in terms of the dialogue, we need to set those algorithms to have communications and interaction at different levels, and we need to search for different solutions and ways for improving the environment situation for them. And this communication and this experience sharing, which is to be today, is very important for our future operations. We need to create those conditions needed for veterans, as the people want to live in normal conditions. We need to create comfortable environment for veterans and for their families, and generally we need to create the ecosystem of successful Ukraine after our victory. And that is why I want to wish you to all of us to have a fruitful dialogue, fruitful collaboration today, for us to exit this hall with the understanding, with the certain road map created after our communication for the benefits, for the good future of our society and veterans of Ukraine. Friends, please raise your hands who visit meetings every Thursday from Vice Minister. Miss Irina, please, I'm giving the floor to Vice Minister of Ukraine for the issues of reintegration of the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine, who is to present her speech, her greeting words for opening our dialogue. The floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues, dear Oksana. I'm grateful to you, as I'm highly impressed with the facilitation of this event, of this level of those presented here. How many people are presented here? Everyone found the opportunity to come here and to speak about the challenges and problems present in our country regarding the veterans and their families, as they are the huge percentage of the population of Ukraine. I'm highly grateful to you, Mr. Sergei, for your efforts for Vinnytsia and what is done in Vinnytsia, for the experience which is gained in Vinnytsia. You show the example how it's needed to create the ecosystem and how we need to work. I see here the veterans present, and I would love to express my gratitude to you for your motivation, for your readiness to communicate, to collaborate, and start working, co-working, interacting with us. I see the funds, different funds presented, different NGOs, and please accept my gratitude, as well as it is the needed efforts for us to do. We need to assume measures to create a better environment for our population, for our society. We have many steps ahead to be done, but we need to start working more and collaborating and interacting one with another more. We have many challenges, many issues, many failures, mistakes, and we need to correct them, to work on them. And I see how you are endeavoring, how you work, how you search for these challenges challenges and issues, and how you try. I see and highly value your attempts, all of you, what you do for our country. I'm highly grateful to our First Lady of Ukraine for her efforts done in our country. Highly grateful to the Coordination Center for your high level of operations which you do, that you always participate in many operations and many activities. I would love to express my gratitude to the Fund Renaissance, to all those NGOs and other organizations for your assistance, for your steps. That it means that we all fight, that we all try to do the best for our country. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. See you next time, Miss Rena, and thank you for your kindest works, and I'm highly grateful to you, and I would love to express my gratitude to our partners who assist us in our operations, to organization, to Fund IREX, to the Vinnytsia Municipal Council for your personal assistance of our activities, to all the Ukrainian Association of Communities from Mothers, and all others, our partners who help us in our activities. I am continuing to give the floors and I'm continuing greeting our next partners and giving the floor to our next friend, our next partner, and please accept my gratitude for what you do for our country, to Vyacheslav Sokolovy, head of the Vinnytsia Regional Council. Good day, dear guests, dear representatives of Hromadas communities, dear servicemen, those who are present here. Here you are present because of your devotion to service for the benefit of our country. But it is the fact that in Ukraine we have many priorities set now. First is support of the armed forces of Ukraine and care about those who returned from the warfare home. So we are to continue our dialogue here about the support of veterans and their families, and we have certain practices, but the form of dialogue is to allow us to find better new solutions, how to join all our efforts, different efforts of different institutions, organizations, funds, and all those involved. We have certain practices, certain experience, but we need to find the optimal solution. If to speak about Vinnytsia, the medical rehabilitation, for instance, it is carried out at 17, 18 institutions, 15 public institutions, private and state-owned. But what I need to say that these people who provide this service, they overcame a certain huge challenge set to them, how to work in this direction, as it's highly difficult to work with those who return from the front line and in terms of rehabilitation. And today I would love to express also my gratitude to, first of all, to the armed forces of Ukraine, those the representatives present here, as we, for your participation, for your your collaboration, for that you provide us with the opportunity to search for the better solutions, how to create better environment for veterans and families of veterans in Ukraine. We do a lot. We at different levels, at the central governmental level, at the national level, and other levels. We need to work in this direction further, and we need to base our work on our efforts, which we do, which we assume, but we need to understand that the veterans are our priority. And we had such a case that the veteran organization referred to us for help to be provided regarding the provision of facilities to them for recreation, rehabilitation veterans. And what we did, we provided them with the land for creating a rehabilitation recreation center for veterans in terms of physical, mental rehabilitation, namely of veterans and the family members of veterans. And it is just one example what we do. It's just why I'm saying this, as we understand that it's highly important to people. We need to care about the military men. We need to care about veterans. Thank you, dear guests. Thank you that you all understand how it is important. And I believe that we, joining all our efforts, we are certainly to win this war. Thank you so much for your kindest words, and it is true, it is the fact. We are continue our event, and we have here many guests present, and we are to have this opportunity for communication with all of you. But I'm giving the floor to the head of the military administration of Vinnytsia, Miss Natalia. Thank you, Miss Oksana. Greetings, Miss Arena, dear guests, dear ministers, dear partners. It is highly pleasing to see all of you, to see the faces which I know, that to see my acquaintances and my friends. Let me say greetings, refer greetings of the head of the military administration, and to underline that the military administration of Vinnytsia, as in 2014, as now, the administration is to do the best, so to support all those programs implemented in Vinnytsia. We need to say that starting since 2014, as it was mentioned before, since 2014 we have a good tradition, good customs of veterans, of work in the direction of veteran policy and how we work in this direction. But I need to underline that it's highly pleasing to see this whole the head of the different departments, and Mr. Andriy Grachov, for example, who returned from the warfare, from the front line, and he joined again our teams, our administration teams, departments, and he works with us, and he continues working with us for the better future of our region and of our country in general. We need to understand that the large-scale invasion changed our environment, changed many facts in Ukraine. Since 2022, we reviewed different programs, and for instance the program of the support of servicemen, of veterans, as starting from those times, traveling all around Ukraine through different communities. We had many meetings with many servicemen and other people. And what I need to underline that among these servicemen, the women were present. And now we are also focusing on the subject area of women servicemen, and we started working in this sphere in Vinnytsia region. We were the first, and in 2023 we had another challenge when veterans started getting back from the warfare. We started creating different teams, medical teams and other teams, who started traveling all around the communities. They started visiting different families and started providing care to them. Due to the coordination center, Irina Andreevna and all other partners, we are here today, and that is why we underline these topic. The problems of families. Also, I need to mention what families care about, how to wait for their beloved ones when they get back, how to receive them, how to accept them, how to help them. And that is why the regional council, the administration started focusing on these issues, and the coordination center started focusing on these issues. And I would love to express my gratitude to the coordination center for your efforts in this direction, that you really help families in this sphere, that you help veterans, and you support, you provide support to family members, you teach them how to care, how to admit, and what to do with those who are released from this military service. We need to understand that we constantly get new issues, new challenges, but your deed, that this program which you launched, this care about the family members, that your instructions to the families, it is the first step, and it's a huge step. It shows that we are working in the right direction, and we are working on our readiness, how to be prepared for admitting all the veterans who are to be released from the front line. Thank you for your kindest words. And dear guests, dear friends, these programs, these policies which we talk about, it all needs the governmental regulation. That is why I'm giving the floor to the representative of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. I'm giving the floor to you. Good day. Thank you for your invitation, first of all, and I would love to say that the community Hromada is veterans, and veterans are community Hromadas. We need to understand that the veterans are to make 30% of population. It's almost the half of the adult population in all the communities, and we as the governors, the regulators, we need to work on those social guarantees to be provided by the state, by the constitution. Today in the Ministry of Veterans, as it was mentioned by the Vice Minister, that today we almost woke up again. We started working in a new manner. We started working more and better, as we now have more understanding and more opportunities on working better on the veteran policies. As the veterans require this support, and we are working on providing this support to them for many, many years ahead. As a long way we are to have then after our victory. We are to be focusing on the recovery of our country, and we need to work on all of these issues, and already started working on our readiness, on our preparedness for all the future challenges which we might anticipate then in the future. We need to be wise in our efforts, in our operations. We need to join our efforts, all the communities, all the Hromadas, the government, the society, from the smallest village, from the single person to the whole population of Ukraine. We need all to join our efforts and work together on this topic. I'm giving the floor to the representatives of two our partners, Olga Galchenko, International Fund Renaissance, and Yana Vitovska, Program of Reintegration of Veterans, IRIX. Ms. Yana, please come to the floor. There's Ms. Yana waiting for you. I'm giving the floor to you first. Thank you. Dear participants, dear attendees, on behalf of the Program of Reintegration of Veterans, I would love to express my gratitude and that my feeling that I'm pleased to be here and work on this important topic of veterans of Ukraine. We are endeavoring, we are working, we have challenges, and we have issues, we have problems, we have successes, and we have fails. But I need to say that the program of reintegration veterans is already 5 years of age, and we are continue working, and we are trying to do all the best so to provide the psychological support and other kinds of support to the veterans. This gives us the huge experience, and this program, which is 5 years already, it gives us huge experience how to work in this direction, and it means that we are somehow ready now to work with veterans. As today I would love to present our some different points of the program, how we are to work in this direction. We are planning to work further with our partners, international and national, with the government, with the different institutions. We are to work on the opportunities to be provided to the veterans, on the services to be provided to the veterans, namely in the Hromadas. So this support is to be provided through the grant program, through the veterans program of reintegration, for them to have the different opportunities in the society in the directions of education and other issues. And our work is for creating the environment for them, for providing them with more opportunities and providing them with the better future which they are to have. And now we are working, we are focusing on the coordination issues as well, on the communication issues, and many other moments in our efforts. We are to speak about our efforts in detail a bit later, but now I would love, dear friends, express my gratitude to you for coming to this event, as this event is highly important. It is to provide us with the opportunity to share the unique experience, best practices, to share challenges which we faced in different communities. And today, this dialogue is to promote the better recovery and development of veterans society and veterans support in Ukraine. Thank you, Ms. Yana. And I need to add that the dialogue was planned first in 2023 in Mariupol, so to show the enemy as veterans community is preparing 2021. It was some months before the large scale invasion. We wanted to show the enemy that we were preparing, that we were ready to all those possible events which might have happened. And last year, we all decided that we have the common wish to get back to Mariupol again and show the enemy what we do again. And that is why, yes, we need to work further, and we need to endeavor in this direction. Thank you. It's true. And I remember this event in Mariupol, and now I just may hope that we are to get back to that great city in this direction, and that we are to be capable to do what we are planning to do. I need to add some words about the fund, about our programs which we launch in our fund. Now we have a multi-direction program, and we are focusing on veterans, family members of veterans, and many aspects of this sphere. If you are interested in this topic and in our fund, please check our website. There you can read more information about our activities, what we do for veterans. Ukraine Recovery Conference, another moment which I need to mention. The conference in Berlin, a highly important event. And we are presented there too, as we there communicate with many donors, many partners, and we communicate to them the idea that they need to support the Ukrainian community, the veterans community, as it is impossible to speak about recovery omitting the aspect of veterans, as the veterans are the priority. Many difficulties we might have, and we have in this area. We understand this moment, but in terms of recovery and in terms of what we do, we need to review our philosophy of which is present in our country in this area. We need to review our activities, our efforts, what our operations, what we do for veterans in terms of their support. We need to develop, and we need to develop as the country, as the state, and we need to develop as the institutions, as the communities. And veterans community needs to develop, and we need to support this development. Veterans are to be present in every community, in every hromada, in every street, in every village, in every city, in every urban type settlement. And in these hromadas, in these places, the successes and the failures are to be. But the first crisis might be because of our insufficient readiness to the problems of veterans. And that is why this event, this dialogue, is an element, is a component of our preparation operations in terms of support to veterans. And here we need to speak about all these moments and about different aspects, how we can help, what we can do. And I understand, me as a representative of the fund, and you all, dear guests, you all, our dear friends, understand how it is important to support veterans, because we need to do our best for veterans. And now we need to work on our communication, on our interactions among different levels of our country and internationally, locally, among different organizations and all those involved with these operations. And let's work further and more and better. Thank you, Ms. Olga, and I'm giving the floor to Mr. Alexander. As the greetings, the introduction part is over, and we need to start working. But before our dialogue to start, we need to speak about some organizational moments. Dear guests, here you all gathered for communication. So please be involved and work. Well, here veterans are present, as was mentioned before, Mr. Alexander, for instance, and we are to communicate with him and with other representatives, and we are to speak about many important issues, challenges, and many other significant moments in terms of veterans. And before starting our work, I'm giving the floor to our governors.
No one could understand or realize that veteran who returns from war action is completely different person. They are kind of unprotected, his family unprotected. Concussion is a main problem of veterans. It's problems with adaptation, panic attack, with brain damages, skull damages. They need to help coordinate. We giving them certain contacts where they could give full information, more specialized. So some people calling, do they have places? Do I need to pay? Do we have car or not? We are coordinate them, so these people know where to call. Some people who lives very far from centers, they need some guarantees what to do after course of rehabilitation or treatment action. If we are talking about families, about who lost, and we are informing who are responsible for something. So we need to cover full information which is needed. We are working with such people, such time. So we offered medical service, job, employment. In concrete phase, social services, GP, centers of social support. So many of these people are here and many watching us online, and we are thankful what you are doing, your work with a quality and professionally. So can we have a presentation here? I will stop on certain theses. First, teza number 1. When we mobilize warrior, so we need to protect all, him, her, and his or her family. Whole family, we mobilize whole family. Second test, the way of warrior, which is included certain etaps. We have certain mistake. We concentrate on community problems or Hromada problems. But now, watching back, we are start with mobilization first step, and our panel will be dedicated to our steps. Next step is service, military service. How transform this system in military units, and who is responsible treatments and rehabilitation in case of if person will be wounded without family, who cares about them, who supports them while they are receiving treatment. Demobilization, what's happening on this moment, who works, who studies these problems, how we solve these problems. It's a big issue for ministry. What is quintessence of case management? Quintessence. We are start in time of mobilization and continue the whole time when these people will be in these communities or gromades. We need to find optimal salvation of such events. So we need to create professionals until these veterans will be returned here, full networking and so we are greeting Yulia. He is career advisor. We are working with Ministry of Health. We start to work with police and also creating program for them. They somehow involved in this with families and hiree. It's our mistake. Now we renewing such problems. It's important to understand that each level got some problems. What ministry, how ministry sees this, what we built. Regional frame is very important. Regional policy. Regional policy should have their own policy. And also frames for gromades, for communities. So how we should be further? It's our task. Today we're creating a task. Leave this hall, and what is our base? What is our local strategy? How could we put veterans issue in this topic? What we do on our local place, from big city until small village community. What modernization of arrangement should be done? What national level could do? What local authorities could do for work with veterans? Veterans prosper space. What recommendation? Because demand is huge. Many communities want to have such veteran space. We will hear such response on these issues. It's our task for today. All 5 questions. So we will start. I will give a floor to the Minister of Veterans, Alexander Korshun. Have a floor. Please give us presentation of Alexander. We got working atmosphere, so nothing happened. So I would like to ask, what is national frame? What we can do on national frame? Is it any standard of opening such spaces, veteran spaces? What policy of ministry? So please, I would like to say thanks for veterans who presented here, and Vice Chancellor, deputies, you, Oksana, personally, for opportunity to be here in Vinnytsia and present how we see it, this veterans issue. So it was needed to do yesterday, not today. We have shortage of time, but how flexibly we could do it. We understood that without communication with communities, we could not do it, because Hromates or communities, they accept first these ex-veterans to their homes. They're meeting them, giving them first opportunity for recovering in their civil lives. So basis on this, without such communities, without these needs, veteran needs, we could not create this policy. And today veterans quantity is more than million, and also 3.5 billions members of their family and who died. That's why we understand this digit would only increase, because we have war in full swing, and we need to be prepared to meet these heroes after their mission completed. Even in short term, when they are returning here, we should give them some tools which they need. That's why ministry see future this way. It's a transparent strategy, starting with territorial communities, local authorities, regional politics, and all organs of influence for realizing this veterans policy. And of course we need to create law. And most important, I want one more time to accent only one scenario we can do qualified and flexible veterans policy. So that's why Ministry of Veterans developed such kind of law that local organization could create separate veterans hubs for more efficient gathering of information and more concrete communication with organs of local communities. So please do it. It's written already. Only together we can to do this. Also, we working on creating like total veterans organization, so to create infrastructure of veterans policy. What is done? Ukrainian Veterans Foundation, which could realize these enterprises, veterans enterprises. We could build cemetery. We could create some windows. We create 869. It should be in every gromade, every community. So all administrative service could be available like one window. We should digitalize whole processes which we could implement. Also, in hospital, thanks to Ministry of Rehabilitation, so rehabilitation departments, many 115 is open, 186 are planned to open, and we created some organization. I put my signature on it about veterans spaces. It's really urgent tool, needed tool for veterans and their families. And most important, it should be efficient mechanism for whole services for veterans. That's why I call you gromades, communities, politics, and international partners to join us, and only together we could arrange it. We were counting on 450 centers for veterans, but I think we could do better. I hope we could do better. Also, thankfully to Ministry of Social Politics, we created program. So for ex-veterans which wounded, created 62 enterprises which with electronic system giving some steps, certain steps and details for formatting prosthetic stuff. We also will create 100 rooms, information rooms, when person ex-veteran could receive full information which is guaranteed by government for receiving service and tools of development in integration in civil life. Also, main principles, we are making foundation in veterans policy. It's rehabilitation, psychological rehabilitation, physical rehabilitation, and also receiving of education, higher education, enterprising, receiving place to live, covering their needs in also digitalization, creating of certain attitude to them, to person who returns from war, and also to commemorate heroes which already passed away. So on a panel you could see like profile of leading veterans, of ex-veterans, and who are demobilized. We created like project of law. It's needed to be approved. Some person who is responsible to work with veterans could consult ex-veterans with all what they needed, and he's working in, let's say, local gromade community. And this person is a kind of retranslator. It's like giving this polity to veterans. Our plan to end of this year give job like for 3,000 workers with veterans. We got some funds for this, for their salary. And I want to assure you that Ministry of Veterans for next years will plan this version for encouraging of these professionals for working with veterans. We also created some standards for veterans roster. We see in these like spaces which would accept such veterans and their families. It's effective tool for realizing such policy and services which guaranteed by our government, our state. It's a form of work between all of these links. That's why synergy which would move our state forward. To fulfill their needs, veterans' needs. Also, in veteran spaces will be some directions which will be financed by state funds, like psychological re-education, receiving higher education. In the future, it's like professional for receiving veterans. Ukrainian Veterans Fund will give some programs for opening veterans enterprises, and in the future will support them financially. We also count on help of local authorities, businesses for next help, like judicial help, informational help. Without information, you couldn't understand where to go and what to receive. And it's most important. And sport reintegration, I would say not reintegration, rehabilitation. It's a step forward. Veterans and lady veterans could create some aims for them, goals for them, and reach them. So such service is available on government, state level, and also on local levels. So we will create different programs for support of these veterans. Ukrainian Veterans Fund created for veteran enterprising as well. What we done? This fund gave help more than 600 such enterprises on certain amount. We also this year what was competition for veterans enterprising, and 85 winners will receive funds up to 1.5 billion from state budget. But we are not stopping on this, and this synergy with another parts, executive organs. We also got some grants for which veterans could apply for development of these enterprises or business. Also, Ministry of Veterans made some upgrade, receiving such brand which created by veterans. What it done for veterans? Now more than 30 such enterprises receive such rebrand. It's research about demand and etc. On each petrol station it should be like veterans shelf. People could see it and they understand that it's created by veterans, their families. That's why when we see this brand, please buy these items, which mentioned by, it was like, it's about t-shirt, pizza, and our foundation gave help to 25 enterprises, which is located in Vinnytsia and Vinnytsia district. And we are not stopping on it, and with Ministry of Economy, we could combine this brand with brand of Vladimir Zelensky. It's like made in Ukraine. So I hope this powerful synergy will work after this realization. So about digitalization. So okay, it's going very fast. What process we planning to do until end of this year? First of all, so you could receive status of veterans, etc., without paper. I guess it's electronically. We also create some electronic applications through iPhone, computer. Veteran is able to receive information what he could receive from government, state, and certain algorithm of actions what he could use, and also to combine, create application for vacancies. Number 4, it's combining program of loyalty, which we work right now. And most important was already said today. I will not repeat it. Like electronic documents, like Veteran in Action. We created it yesterday. This digit, like more than 65 registered veterans in India who are not registered. You can do it. Very simple algorithm. I would like to mention, if before this story or was not touched by digitalization, passed away Vladimir Ilchuk. He is from Vinnychina, and it was his project, Memory Eternal. It was his child, let's say. And I'm glad to say this project is realized. So that's why I am very thankful. So applause for this person, please. Next, where we see development, it's a creation of conception about commemoration for passed away and giving glory for who still alive. Thankful, thanks to God, which will find last refuge. It's like we could create like national cemetery. This year we could create third burial. It's not about cemeteries only. It's about sense which for future generations. It's our history. We pay for our independence. That's why it's national memorial. It will be complex, where we will commemorate some heroes, who gave their lives most important in their life for independence of our country. And we would give glory which veteran or lady veterans in every corner, in every society. We should start from ourselves. We should start from business, big enterprises, from all organs of executive authorities. So we just say thank you, and later we understand that many of cemeteries already exist in every corner of our state, and we are ready to regulate any cases, any problems. So we will create unified, let's say, commemoration stone, which we could put on graves of our heroes, and also memorial signs of each building in our country. Also creation we will ask our deputies for their help. So person could be buried in one place, but this commemoration stone, it could be on this memorial. So we could implement it. On weekend was national competition for national game, Invictus game, where for last 5 years Invictus game will be winter games for 2025 in Canada. We are preparing 35 persons, and for me, I want to share about it. It was biggest, I would say, biggest quantity of application force to take part in it. More than 500. But 328 took veterans in these actions. And they were fighting in a wartime and in sport competition as well. That's why we could see Air Force competition. It was in USA. So 76 medals, some of them gold, more than 40. Rehabilitation through sport. It's a movement ahead. So let's do it together, such conditions for adaptive sport, that guys will be more prepared for national competitions. And in the end of my speech, one phrase: Ukraine is a country of veterans and lady veterans, and we are together today, thankful for such opportunity with the ministry, All-Ukrainian dialogue.
We need to talk together and implement the veteran policy. Thank you for your attention. Glory to heroes, glory to Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. I made some notes, gramadas. Okay, then after the speech of Alexander Porhan, we see the strategic goals for forming the strategies. Directive 702 to adopt for those who have not adopted yet. Next note about the space for veterans. Read, please, how to create the veteran spaces, about the budget for support of veterans, psychological, mental support, mental support of veterans. And besides, the All-Ukrainian Veteran Foundation funds the projects which might be implemented in veteran spaces. Is a huge achievement to be made regarding the certificate is e-card, e-card for veterans. If we are to launch it, it would be a huge success, and other important moments mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Alexander, once again. And now we are getting to the issues of recovery of the health of veterans. Which tools, which instruments the national health system has in the form of packages, in the form of certain specific programs for veterans, payment issues regarding the treatment of veterans. And I'm giving the floor to Victoria Lutuna. She is a director of the Northern Regional Department of the National Health System of Ukraine. I know her personally as a big advocate of veterans and care of veterans in Ukraine. Hello, dear guests. I hope that you can hear me well. First of all, I would love to express my huge gratitude to all those present in this hall. Many years, continuously, you fight for the better for our country. And now I would love to remind you about the program of medical guarantees registered by the National Health System of Ukraine. This program is for all the citizens of Ukraine. In view of the fact that since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, more than 1 million of civilians joined the armed forces of Ukraine, so to defeat the country. And one of the priority of the national health care system is to regulate the needs, to analyze the needs and problems of veterans, the recovery of dialogue with veterans. And let me show you what is the most important to focus on in this area, and this presentation is to be provided, is to be free in access for all the attendees and participants of this conference. Let me remind you the types of assistance available in the terms of program of guarantees, medical guarantees, rehabilitation, primary health care, affordable medicines, and others. Priorities. Needs of military men and veterans, and I am to speak about this in detail, about the main moments which were included in 2014. It is the extended medical assistance, development of rehabilitation assistance. It was the pilot project launched in April for categorizing the persons providing prosthesis services to certain categories of persons, defenders of Ukraine, and assistance. Another type of service, assistance with the assistive devices. In terms of the program of medical guarantees, we see the increased coefficient, the polytrauma increase, the burns, complications of surgeries, ophthalmology surgeries. In these cases, the coefficients, the rates, the factors are increased. Here, the medical assistance is extended, and the payment of financial support is extended, increased. Let me remind you that one of the priority tasks is to recover, to preserve the personal capital, human capital of Ukraine, as we are in the conditions of war. We see how we lose people, and that is why the rehabilitation services, as we are to get many veterans after the war, we need this program, we need these services. Now 478 institutions have agreements with the National Health System of Ukraine for rehabilitation services. 295 inpatient and others in dispensary conditions, the outpatient. 95,000 patients used the rehabilitation care since the 1st of January this year. We see the leaders among the institutions which provide the rehabilitation services is Dnipro region, city of Kyiv, Poltava region, Vinnytsia region, and in the rest of regions we can see that the number of institutions which provide rehabilitation services is increasing. As I mentioned before, the biggest difficulty, complication in the rehabilitation services, we see that the complex cases become more often. And if we are to analyze different regions, we see the complications in Dnipro, Kharkiv, Poltava, Kyiv, and we see the number of patients increased there. The extended prolonged medical assistance in 85 institutions of the country. These institutions, 85, have prolonged extended medical assistance for performing surgeries. They have special agreements and added funding. We see how we can see how the number of complex polytrauma, shell explosion, blast trauma increasing, and we see that the added coefficient, added rate added to the institutions which treat such patients, they get added funding. Another pilot project launched, 850 million hryvnia is included in the public budget for this, for medical guarantees, medical assistance, for dental prosthetics. We have added also funding. 77 providers have agreements, and in June we are to get 15 institutions more, facilities, medical facilities, which are to provide dental prosthesis services. More than 210 persons used the dental prosthesis. In the package of additional reproductive technologies, 15 institutions have these packages, these programs, and we have 179 patients already who used the service for treating the problems with the pregnancy under the program of medical guarantees. Many people used another program, the affordable medicines. This program is on long enough, 5 years already, and more than 4.7 million people received medicines according to this program. We are to continue this program and continue working on this area, so to provide all the medications, medicines needed to the people under the prescriptions, so for people to prevent any possible complications in their health condition. We need to mention that 84.69% of prescriptions, they are covered in pharmacies, so the medicines are provided under this program. It means it's successful. On our website, in the section Academy of the National Health System of Ukraine, we have a program, activity launch for doctors, for extending, for advancing their knowledge in working with the complex cases, and we are to work further on our further programs, and now we are working on the pilot project for the cardiovascular support package, which is to be launched in Kharkiv, in other regions, which is to further cover all Ukraine, so to provide medical assistance in the cardiovascular cases. I think that everyone here in Ukraine need to care about the veterans, about those people who defend our country, without whom our country would not exist. Thank you. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Thank you so much for your speech, for your information. We've made notes. We've took notes of your speech first. Extended treatment and opportunity for contracting for facilities. We see 75% of facilities have contracts. Packages for all the citizens of Ukraine, and certain separate packages, programs for veterans. For reproductive health, we have a package program, and another one, what I noted, it's the package for dental prostheses. You presented important information for us to understand what is done in our country for all the civilians in our country and for the veterans specifically. Dear attendees, those who are interested in this topic, we are to provide further information, guidelines, how to use the information in this area, regarding the available programs and projects, pilot projects launched for veterans. And we are continuing working on our panel discussion. And next is the speech about next is the topic about the economic social economic integration. And I'm giving the floor to Ms. Yulia Zhovtak, who is the director of the Public Employment Service, who is to tell not just about results, but about the tools of Hromadas communities which we can take for social economic integration. Dear friends, please applauses to our next speaker, Ms. Yulia Zhovtak. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Oksana. Good afternoon, dear guests. Thank you for information. I am highly pleased to be here. So let's start. First of all, I need to say that we, with Ms. Lomakina, we've facilitated a huge webinar on the 12th of June for communities from Hromadas for 3 hours. It is to be at 3 p.m. And we are at this event to talk about all the public programs for veterans. At this event, we are to be capable to speak in detail and to speak about the examples, about the modes of our collaboration, how we can work better for the benefits of veterans. So let me present you the information about the services proposed to the participants to the servicemen, to the defenders of Ukraine. Which main programs we have? Grants for creating or developing the proper business. The main term and condition of the grant, besides receiving the grant for creating the business according to the future business plan created, the grants are provided for creating job places for our whole population. Next is the voucher for studying. 124 professions and specialities for defenders to be capable to choose. Last year, we started working in this direction, in this aspect, and we worked on the opportunity to be provided to our defenders, so to choose the subject area of their education, for them to be capable to get educated and work after getting back from the warfare. Next is the compensation reimbursement to the employers. So to pay for the job of veterans. The employer can employ the person with disabilities and is able to create the job space for this person, and this employer gets reimbursed for this deed as a result. We collaborate with different organizations, with IREX, KSE, and others in this direction. What we do now, we are improving our elaborations. We are in the process of communication with the Hromadas and communities and different various NGOs who work with veterans and with the population, with the civilians of Ukraine. We have 163 NGOs which provide services to the combatants and their family members. If they get a combatant, they can propose services which are available at the NGOs. Of course, I need to say about the process of preparation for the meetings with veterans. Our advisors, our officers get trained with different organizations. USAID, Israeli Coalition, program TIAC, with the space of opportunities, and others. Those who involved with these affairs, they get trained and they learn best practices, how to communicate with veterans. Next is the support and other activities which we do. Let me start with the program launched in our what we did in our country, in our organization. We launched the information consultation support of the business in terms of the governmental programs of development. Up to the end of the year, we are to open 80 offices in the district employment centers. It is to look like a modern office, very comfortable one, where our trained officers are to be able to support the entrepreneurs and those who refer to these offices, how to, in terms of consultations, registrations for grants and other issues. I need to add specifically about the registration. It sounds as a simple thing, but the process of registration for grants and this collection of documents, preparation of documents is highly difficult, and that is why special experts trained in this topic, they are to provide the support and the information to the applicants for their future registration for grants. After they submit, they are to register to prepare and register documents together. And after documents get registered, these documents are to be reviewed by the Public Employment Service, State Employment Service of Ukraine. It is I need to mention in terms of this information consultation support of business, for instance, about the microgrant launched with the name Own Case. It's also the example of our support of entrepreneurs, of our defenders, how they can launch their business, how can they start business and work further and get earnings and live in a normal way. For you to understand, veterans, they got suffered in the warfare, but veterans are not about disabilities. Veterans are such people as we are, and that is why we need to support them, for them to be capable to get more than normal education, support, and other services needed. Thank you so much for your words, Ms. Yulia, for your collaboration, for your readiness to share the instruments, the tools for what you do for our veterans and those who are on servicemen, as it's about the future. It's about the opportunities for veterans, for families, about business. Thank you so much. And now I'm giving the floor to Vice Minister for reintegration from temporary territories, Ms. Irina Yashuk, once again to talk about the crucial significance of this topic which we discussed with you today, veterans. We need to work on we need to focus on all of this, as without it we cannot say anything about recovery and efficiency. Dear guests, thank you so much. It is true, we've listened to Mr. Alexander, to our National Health System of Ukraine, to Ms. Yulia Zhovtak, and we can see how significant this all of this what we discuss. What we lack? We lack. s- We have every Thursday meetings, and we lack the representatives of all the cities of Ukraine. So we invite you, please join, and we need to talk and work together. Those who are involved with this topic, those who are interested, those who care, please join in as we work together. We make elaborations, we share experience and best practices, we share our ideas, and through this process, we develop better solutions. We work on individual cases which provide us with more understanding how to care about veterans, how to care about people, what is working, what is not working. Sometimes problems might appear at different levels, and sometimes problems appear at the central level, and without us you are not to be capable to solve these problems. That is why, please, dear guests, join in to our meetings, so to collaborate with us, so to resolve these problems and achieve better results. But what I need to mention, that we can see the big dynamics in our country in this topic of veterans, that we have gained already some achievements, we've made some success for a year, and I would love to express my gratitude, Ms. Oksana, to all those people who support veterans and family members, as it is our obligation. We need to care. We need to care about these people. Now we we would love to issue certificates, credentials for your efforts done for veterans. Khmelnytsky region. Marichka Petrician, for your devotion and your care in work with missing people. To the team of Ukr-Nafta for your collective work in support of veterans. If you saw our mobile teams, it's the vehicles procured by Ukr-Nafta. Miss Olena, commendation to you. Thank you. Mr. Moisei Victor Mykolaievich, for your special contribution in the work with veterans in the Mykolaiv region. The commendation is issued. Thank you so much. Our reliable partner in Vinnytsia, Voitenko Irina, for your work in developing and your implementation of the veteran policy in Vinnytsia region. with a huge warmth in my heart and in all of your hearts when we watched that video. Miss Marichka, for your devotion, for your professionalism, please accept this certificate of gratitude to you. Now, the commendations to the Ministry of Veterans. On behalf of the Minister of Veterans, to Katerina Lucek, who is a veteran and who got injured, who got cured, and now is assisting to the whole Khmelnytsky region. Look, she scares everyone in Rivne region. And Vita Shenkarenko, head of our space in Rivne, a big lady with a big achievements attained in our common work. They work harsh as their region is not a simple one. Veteran Hub Odessa, Uliana Gromovich, Miss Ula. Thank you so much, dear friends. Now you have time for coffee and for communication with one another, but you are all invited.
Our conversation, we will talk about beginning and service to our veterans. So take your seats, please.
Друзі, беріть каву і займайте місця. Будь ласка, підходьте до нас. Мої колеги з простору можливостей, будь ласка, допоможіть мені повернути людей на місця. Запрошуйте всіх приєднатися. Там по одному, два. Займайте свої місця, будь ласка. Беріть каву, чай з собою. Поки ви займаєте свої місця, я вам розкажу цікаву інформацію, що по мою ліву руку в цьому куті ви можете познайомитись з командою компанії BrioLite, які
Company BrioLite, they will present newest possibility in rehabilitation, which presented in many rehabilitation centers in Ukraine, and communities would like to know what's new approaches to this issue. So please make introduce to them. We will start, and I will ask to join us for communication to Mrs. Experts Lyubov Galan, Organization Princip, please, and Yulia, Judicial 100, represent such organization. Yulia? So we found finally who works with veterans many years, and they know, especially Judicial 100, which from 2014, 10 years, works in such sphere of protecting veterans' rights, and it's well-known organization principle, and also protect rights of veterans in different spheres. I will ask to our dialogue. We got serious task in while will be next panel of our meeting. During this panel, we will discuss such things which was overlooked before full swing invasion or war. It's very important task on a etap of mobilization and their service. Princip and Judicial 100 working, following all this way. We got hotline. We will talk to Ulyana Tokareva, representative of Ministry of Social Policy, Yaroslav Kalinichenko, which representing Ministry of Defense, representative of TCK, Vinnytsia district and Lviv district, and we will discuss what's happening right now in transforming of this veteran support. So please actualize these problematics. Miss Lubov, please start. What information do you have on your print? I would ask to put on a screen presentation. We really young organization. It was created last year as a system work with wounded veterans and their families and full way of recovery. Now we got two directions for our program, like consulting for wounded people and navigator, judicial navigator. I would mention that we are giving free advices for families and veterans, so please follow us in media, in social network. So Lviv, Kiev and Poltava district, we will have presentation projects of our navigator for GROMAID, for communities, for veterans and for social worker, together with Ministry of Social Policy. Our organization is not a service organization by definition, but our main task is work with beneficiaries. So we are informing beneficiaries for service. We got navigator, judicial navigation, and we got 156,000 who already registered and using this application, this navigator. We're doing such researches to make these materials with a quality. And also we are watching for system problems in families or veterans in their life. We done great work this year. You could see it on our website. I would like to enlighten key conclusions which we done in our research. We make inquiry from different veterans, families, to actualize what actually needed, what problems they meet when they communicate with state or military unit. On our point of view, military unit, its most important place for person who is there. During such service, it's like a gate or your home for certain time. For instance, some people taken their service like from 2014. So it's the biggest part of their life. What we could see about topic on which we worked out, what our state could work. For person who dedicated his life to full swing invasion or war. This experience would create opinion about stay in army or actually. For this year, we moved such dead topic like So how to improve our service? So we created like electronic queue or line. So now is no necessity of investigation in military unit. It's regulated by state. So wounded people, their needs for this year was many tasks fulfilled, done, solved. We got political changes. It was one leader of minister and his team. Now is different, but certain things we should continue to talk about. It's a question of digitalization of wounded people, like digitalization of document of wounded person, conclusion of doctors in particular cases, and cooperation with military units. You know, even General Stab gave certain instruction how to do. So basically it's a human factor exists. So it's like when you transport documents, it's based on courier service, and it's even certain comic episodes were presented. In June was wounded her brother. In December was documents electronically, but in February his military union even didn't know that what our research showed. Military units don't provide certain patronage. This patronage is executed by family, like 3rd Brigade or Azov. They have a certain patronage which support wounded person, wounded soldier on all steps of his recovery. So this task is taken by families. This work should be recognized like families' task, but proportionally military unit not much doing for wounded person. Second thing, which relatives of wounded person is like after, so you not have connection with military unit. So military units do not have opportunity or to have such contact. They could not search track of events in a hospital with their ex-veterans. So rehabilitation is not good. So we should create patronate service not only in 3rd Brigade. We got certain initiatives we are expecting from Ministry of Defense, different organization proactivity. We ask them for their proactivity. about related to patronage. Second topic which I would like to have your attention, it's judicial protection of military soldiers. So basically, when you enroll in unit, you in different judicial space. It's subordination, hierarchy, orders, executions, etc. in order to fulfill military task. But it doesn't mean that we should lead to such situation when military units, authorities or soldiers could not have judicial protection to react on such situation without being in danger. What we would like to accent, so in a layer of military units, so you should easily inform if you got some cases which like against a law, in order to protect person which already informed about it. I would like to show some quotes. Like you could create like anonymous application form. I also got negative experience when I called to hotline to Ministry of Defense. It was after tragedy in 128 Brigade, so I received reply after 1 month, but it should be solved much before. But this way through hotline gave me result only after a month. And I was forced to call some names, which I didn't. In the end, they sent me thank you letter, but it's only because I informed of my rights. But military guys could not let themselves for such judicial support. So it's a critical task to create such opportunity for warriors to do so.
The biggest problem in the way of the serviceman is the opportunity for reporting. It's the biggest problem of the communication with the staff. It is what the servicemen talk about. For instance, there was an example when once it was referred to. Some person referred to us regarding the problem with reporting. We started reviewing this problem and working on the digital aspect of this issue. Unfortunately, it is the real case when the servicemen don't have an opportunity to communicate with the commander. Besides the military unit, besides the troops, the territorial recruitment centers are important for servicemen. I would love to say when the story of recruitment was created, we were working. We were communicating with many recruitment centers in different aspects and identified the issue with the document turnover and issues with the registration, lack of officers employed working for the recruitment centers and working in the military units and troops, as there is a huge lack of experts working with the problems of the servicemen, with the problems of communication with the family members. Everyone can confirm this fact, and we underline this fact that it's very important to work on the issue of communication and refer to the military commanders to pay attention to this aspect when the person is on duty, on military duty, or when this serviceman is released from the duty. There should be an opportunity for this person to communicate with the commanders and with the others appropriate regarding all the moments needed to communicate. Thank you. Thank you for your speech. And next set, in the next part, we are to talk about the new approaches and recruitment centers. And now we have here two heads of regional recruitment centers present at this event. And we are to talk about the recruitment patronage with them and with the Ministry of Defense. Good day, dear colleagues. I would love to talk about the statistics today at the request of the facilitators of this event. It's the fact that we've been working since 2014. Our hotline was launched in 2015, and this figure is 170,869 consultations were provided since 2014, and 86,077 for 2024. You see, it's almost the half. So it shows the success, the progress in our work. Here, I would love to show you the data for the top requests from the beginning of this year, January this year. As you can see here, as evidenced by the survey, the top request, it's the Military Disability Assessment Board. This statistics this statistical data is accurate, and here we analyzed the issue of the Military Disability Board and the requests regarding this issue, procedures of the disability military assessment, how to undergo the procedures of military medical assessment, how to get results, and what is and how to validate these results, what is valid, what is invalid. The next, what we studied, it's the statistical data for mobilization, and we analyzed different categories in this area, and you see the top here is the delay in mobilization. It's stressing factor, but many other issues we analyzed. For instance, for contracts, many people are interested in signing contracts when so many changes appear now in this area. Next is the question, the issue about the procedures for military medical health examination, and here we received many requests. We analyzed and we've identified many requests for this. Next issue where you can notice the next aspect is bills and laws. Many people are interested in laws and regulations, how it works, who issues laws, and how laws and regulations get adopted, get approved. Next, it's next we have many requests what we analyzed for services provided for military men, for territorial central committee, conscription committee, and other militaries, how they collect data about the conscripts, how they give the certificate of letter of conscription, what is the procedure. So many questions, many requests for this aspect. Another category identified here is for military registration. People are interested how men get registered military as a military man. What procedure therefore? These problems, these issues are problematic, and the procedures are not easy. If the people are interested in their rights, what rights they have, and how they can complain if the procedure is not appropriate, if the procedures are not carried out appropriately, who to refer to, which deadlines, which timelines people have, how reports and complaints are considered, are reviewed, how long they are reviewed. These issues are, all these issues are relevant, and we need to analyze these problems and to work on these problems as they are relevant. For instance, the timeline for considering the complaint should be done in a faster manner, for instance. So we need to introduce some amendments to this procedure. We need to work on our rapid response for verifications and investigations, prosecutions to be done in this area if the procedures are violated, if the according to these procedures people's rights are violated, when the timelines are not met, and other many aspects which can be mentioned here. So we need to create independent mechanisms of response for complaints, as we see, as it's a relevant issue, as it stops people to take a duty to go to the army. People are scared. They don't know their rights, and they don't know how they can complain and which rights they have and how they can be protected. So we worked on the mechanisms for provision of legal assistance remotely. We unfortunately are not capable to support people, is to support each case and to be present in all the courts, but still this mechanism which we are working on remote provision of legal assistance in the respective area is significant, is crucial, as this mechanism and all other previous matters mentioned by me, they could improve our common total situation, which is now happening in our country. Thank you, Ms. Yulia. Thank you for your information provided. To sum up, I would love to take notes. Social support of the families of military men when injured, protection of rights of military men, mechanism of protection of the rights in the military unit, in the troops, so to say, patronage. Thank you so much for providing this information, for actualizing these relevant issues, and I'm giving the floor to the representative of the Ministry of Defense. Technical break now. We have some minutes and we launched the second video. Mobilizing a military man, they mobilized the whole family. The expert of social support I would call as an advocate of the needs of a military man. This expert is to represent the interests of the military man as an officer, as a sergeant, as a commander, all the military men. Today we have a wide range of facilities involved with social support of military men, family members. This social support provided to be maximum and complex to cover all the sectors for the families of the servicemen and servicemen themselves to receive all the services needed. That is why we joined in this program directed at the skills forming, knowledge forming for servicemen and their protection. We started training experts at our department, at our institution, according to the bachelor program. We've adopted a decision for advancement training. It is a training course. We train not just servicemen, we learn them ourselves. We work with the case management and other relevant issues. Space of opportunities. Thank you. Ms. Uliana, you as a representative of Social Policy Ministry in those pilot projects analyzed together with the central headquarters of the Ministry of Defense. It's everything, all of this is needed and relevant. What is for you as representative of this department is the priority regarding the social protection of servicemen and their families at every stage of their service, from mobilization to demobilization. Thank you, Ms. Elena. Thank you for invitation, for this dialogue. Our team believes that the social expert should be in every team, in every sector, specifically in such hard times as now. A good social expert knows how to resolve any issue. It is a person who knows all the sectors, spheres, and I always say when some sphere is not covered fully, there is a problem. It is a huge problem. I know many social experts and local self-government authorities and other governmental agencies, and what I can underline that they are needed. For protecting families of servicemen and servicemen themselves, we've analyzed different stages of military service and how people try to resolve the problems which they get and get back to their normal social life. It was mentioned that we need to pay attention not just to servicemen or veterans, but also we need to pay attention to consider their families. It was mentioned how important the family members are. Husbands, wives, children, parents, those who support servicemen, who have a key role in their lives. Our team formed such a roadmap consisting of main components needed for support of our servicemen. And I think those who work with the Ministry of Social Policy saw this roadmap. And you can see here the first item indicated is social experts in the Territorial Central Committee, Conscription Committee, together with the Ministry of Defense and the headquarters. We've discussed these relevant matters, and we discussed the problem how to combine all the these components, so to better protect servicemen, so to better support them. Servicemen can have different stages of their service. And those who work with these people at different stages could provide valuable information about them, which can be used further for resolving their social issues, and not just social issues. It is the fact when we are to see any roadmap, any data about their needs, we will see many problems in healthcare, in many other cases, protection of rights. For instance, protection of rights can be related to the military service. This component can be small, not that big, but the social expert or case manager, as we say now, can identify both the needs and answer to these needs, respond to the needs in view of many different sectors regarding the recovery, the renewal of relations in the family. For instance, some servicemen have not seen their kids for years, and it affects their mental state. And as you understand, everything is related to the family and how everything is built in the family. Many people, we can see many criminal cases which happen in the military area, and that is why we need social experts and in every teams for them to be capable to work with such cases. We can have a roadmap with you of all the services so to support the servicemen, and we can operate these services in a relevant manner, in a joint relevant manner, so for the person to get support. Today it was mentioned how social support is significant. We support this idea. It's very important, and we are ready to share the standards, to create the standards of this work, to launch the studying programs, educational programs in the social area, in the social support for servicemen and their families. For instance, we've launched a new program of social support, and we hope that all the 35 military units in this program are to get social support. We have 9 military units pending They are in search for their social experts, and we would be very happy for NGOs to join in and help with the search of social experts, and with the help and that the NGOs are to help in provision of social services. The officers, the experts, social experts in the different military departments, they need to be trained. They need to be they need to have knowledge, appropriate knowledge and skills, how to work with different aspects of service, military service, of servicemen. That is why at that training course launched, we've focused on the, for instance, contacts possible, which can be made with the at the local level, with the in the communities, when person can get support in the community where this person resides. We talked that the community would be a place where the person resides, and at this place the person should get support. I would love to express my gratitude to all the communities in Hromadas who has not reduced their services, who have not cancelled their programs, that all the services and programs are valid. It is significant, it is important. The social services are provided now, for you to understand, to 167,000 of people. These are servicemen, these are people released from captivity, the combatants and others, their families. I would recommend you to pay attention how the social services are formed, whether they meet all the needs of veterans. I would recommend you to check the availability of these services, of the completeness of these services, whether there is a lack for experts or lack for certain aspects or not. It means it is a very important issue of social support, and we believe that the dialogue is to be created among different levels, and this dialogue is to be dedicated to veterans and their support as well. Could you please tell us about the instruments, funding instruments, how funding goes from the budget? Maybe there are new standards created for provision of social services. First, all these social services standards should be accepted. All the facilities, all the departments should take the standards and work according to them. They are all relevant and appropriate. But if you have any issues, any complications in working with these standards and regulations, you can refer to us, and we are to provide you with the assistance in this area. For instance, we are working now on this aspect, standards aspect, and we are planning to launch the training for standards. For instance, I would love to mention that in Vinnytsia, Vinnytsia was one of the first who started working on the standard of social adaptation, and in Vinnytsia, Poltava, and some other regions, there were such a pilot project launched for social adaptation in communities, in families, and in other areas. It is a standard, a service needed. Now we are working, developing two appropriate social services, employment for people with disabilities. We know how many people are among veterans who face these problems. Another moment which we are working on the equipment of the accommodations of veterans. We know how many people have many problems with the disabilities after the warfare, and that is why the housing, the accommodations, their accommodations should be fully equipped for their needs. What I've mentioned before regarding the employment, we are working on recommendations how to work with these people, with the veterans with disabilities, how to get them back to the working environment, how provide them with jobs. And that is why we are working on the program of social support as it's but first of all, we need to understand that not just these programs are needed. We need to do everything so to provide people with full scope of opportunities and chances to support themselves. You understand how it's more important for the person to live a normal life. Now we've submitted for consideration another project. It's a program of municipal caregiver. It is a new program. Caregiver, babysitter, nanny. There we have increased the age in this program for children with disabilities, and we know how many people are among veterans who have these problems, challenges with such kids, and that is why we've launching this project, this program, so to support veterans and their children, so to fully care about such children. And that is why I wanted to make such an accent, stress on this topic and these social projects, and we hope that this project of social support is to be extended and continued. So is all the information already published regarding the new laws, new orders of order of social adaptation of veterans? Is it published? Not yet. We are in the process of waiting for this law, for this order to be published. At the level of the headquarters, the question is to our second colleague. Could you please provide us with information of the plans of the Ministry of Defense regarding the transformation of the service of military men and transformation of social support, transformation of support of servicemen and their families? How many people are requalified? How many people have passed the training in this area? Could you please share the information? Thank you so much. Regarding the social support, it is a big sector of for discussion and work. Many servicemen on duty, they are not ready, and it is very common when their families are not ready, and that is why social support is highly relevant, and we are to work further, and we are to do our best in this area, so to provide the best social support needed for them. Regarding the advocacy of social needs of servicemen, not just social experts work on this issues. Different services join in: financial, legal services, and others. Everyone works on these issues. And social expert has such duties to maximum coordinate these processes for servicemen to get proper services and for their families to get proper services. This year, the Ministry of Defense adopted the policy for involving and developing the human capital in the armed forces of Ukraine, and the task is such to create patronage support services, supporting services for servicemen, so to support and to protect their interests and help servicemen in their problems, in their issues, and other relevant moments in the armed forces. In view of our anticipations in our team brigade, we are planning to increase the number of personnel for the team, for the brigade, to have at least 3 social experts, social officers, to coordinate these processes, to have commander employing these officers, social officers, so to support servicemen when they get injured or get into other problems, troubles, and when many work is needed to be done regarding the documents, payments, and others. The main task of social officer is to secure, to provide for implementation of needs and requirements of servicemen and in the family of the serviceman. And regarding the family, it is also a big issue. It is a big task for the ministry and for all others related, as the family, it is the key for our army, for our soldiers, for our officers, and it is they have the key role for their mental state, and that is why it is highly important to support them as well. And that is why I'm highly grateful for the projects launched together with the Ministry of Social Policy, and I'm highly grateful for this event, for this platform today, that we all have an opportunity to talk about such important moments, as we have many challenges and we need to fight with them. Now we need to understand that everyone is involved, and for instance, Hromada community, they have the biggest role for servicemen. People get back to their places where they reside, and that is why we need to arrange normal procedures done in the communities for servicemen. We need to have people appointed, have social officers appointed in the communities, so to support servicemen when they get back home. Now, regarding the training of social officers, we've already launched the training of social officers in the military sector. How many officers are you planning to have up to the end of the year requalified? This year, we are planning to get 80, and next year, every next year, we send 100 more such officers to get retrained, so to get their skills improved. We train officers in the commander commandment units, also in the social area. We select commanders, and we form this way, so to say, a vertical line of control and social support for the servicemen in different facilities. And now we also try to improve our trainings in the social area, in the area of social support. We try to reinforce this area with introducing more jobs for social experts, social officers. Here we need to understand how they are important, and that is why we train more people. These experts are needed in different facilities, and we need to have them understanding this area. We need to have a synergy of all our activities done, and that is why we need to have social officers in every sector, so to properly and fully support servicemen and their family members. You see how problematic this issue is now. It is quite often when servicemen cannot get proper support and cannot resolve their problems, issues, and that is why we are working on this problem. Thank you so much. I have a question to you. You said many words about communities that they need to care about, families, about servicemen, but we cannot divide family to servicemen and family members. We need to join these two parts. I would love, and then another question is regarding the treatment at the time of when the servicemen get injured. How many servicemen are treated, and how many doctors, physicians who care, how many nursing officers and medical officers working with the servicemen in military hospitals or in civilian hospitals. We have quite a big number of military men working with the servicemen. We've launched a project with the Ministry of Healthcare at the beginning of the year regarding introducing social experts to medical facilities. When the serviceman gets to the hospital, the situation gets very difficult, very complex, and social expert, for instance, when the person needs surgery or gets these disabilities, the person can get depressed or can get severe stress, and that is why social experts are also needed, so to provide people with information how about their future opportunities, what they can do in their lives further, which rights they can have, what they can do further. And that is why medical officers work together with the social officers as a team for supporting servicemen in an appropriate manner. This initiative was highly important, and that is why we started working on it, and now we continue our procedures, our efforts. Now we are working on the aspect of social experts for educational institutions. We see how relevant this matter is, as the social experts are needed there, and this problematic topic is highly relevant, and that is why we need to work further. I would love to add regarding the social work at the healthcare facilities of the armed forces of Ukraine. Jobs of social officers are already introduced to these facilities. The commanders of armed forces, they work on selecting tasks and selecting appropriate officers to these positions, how to properly support servicemen, and how to properly represent their interests. Another moment which they work on the communication with families, that the social officers need. Their task is to be to help the servicemen to communicate with the families, that this support is needed. Thank you so much, dear colleagues, for your comments. We see how many important, significant aspects discussed today, how many tools are relevant, and we are to undertake all of them. Now we are waiting for promulgation of the law of social adaptation. We waiting for future procedures done, deliberations regarding the patronage, and all other aspects discussed by us. Now, thank you, Ms. Oksana. I would love to thank you once again for what you've mentioned regarding the territorial central committees, recruitment committees, and other military facilities, that you provided the information about the requests for information about these procedures. It is an interesting matter and relevant. We need to focus on these matters as well too. And next part is coming, and now is the time to talk about the project which we are highly proud of. Who doesn't know, I am a Lieutenant Colonel of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. I am a veteran, and it's very important for me as well what we do as these issues. What we discuss today is important for people who there in the front line. They defend our country. They have great loads on them, and we have our common task with you. We need to work on the help to be provided to them, and our project which we launch is for them, so to provide the servicemen and their families with more support. I'm giving the floor to our next speaker now, to Mr. Taras Grina, head of the apparatus of the Lviv public administration. Lviv was the first who was the pilot region. Vladimir Korbich, military commissary of Khmelnytsky region of the Territorial Recruitment Center and Social Support, and Denis Hatsky, who is the head of the Territorial Recruitment Center of Lviv. And we are to talk about the recruitment project. Among those present here at this stage, for me, it is somehow a confirmation that we are on the right way. We are achieving success, and our project is right and is appropriate, and it is confirmed already, and that is why we are here and ready to talk about these facts about our pilot project. It's for 60 territorial recruitment centers, and also administrations to get trained in the social area. There are 14 instructors training in different aspects, psychological, communication, social, economic, and others. We've provided this training. Then we got back to the regions, to Lviv, to Vinnytsia, and arranged a 3-day training for people. What we had, representatives of all the directions of the regional, municipal government, different structures, medical, non-public sector. They all presented their existing programs. Next, we had an interesting day when we've invited all the representatives of all the military unions available in this region. We've talked about the communication, and we've found the solutions for some problematic issues in the military facilities. We had big and huge important discussions about the resource, lack of resource, lack of personnel, lack of experts, and we've elaborated a certain model for scaling up this project. What we did as well with Khmelnytsky and Lviv, we've tried to get out of the boundaries of the territorial recruitment centers, and we started to work with other facilities, governmental facilities like administrations, centers for provision of administrative services, and other facilities. And today I would love to talk about the success of this project. What can you say about this pilot training? What your workers, what your officers say, who got trained and got back to you, what opinions they have?
16th of April we started this project. For 15 snaps where our workers gave service which they supposed to give to territorial communities for service, like old voyenkomats. What results? For this time 27 application was received. Family members or personally servicemen or civil men, which was interesting in our sectors. Mobilization is in full swing, so plenty of questions was related how to renew your database, personal database in territorial recruiting points, and also social services which related to like documents for passed away people or killed people. We need to do such job, and also difficult service for documents for pension, etc. What received we from this experiment? It was delegation of responsibility in territorial centers, and people who are not really wanted to go to these centers, recruiting center. So it shows that volunteers come in more. Delegation of responsibility inside centers. So people who comes to this territorial recruiting center should be guided. So we did qualified help, consulting, more qualified. Other than that, we planned few issues like related to psychological help for families. It's we're still working on it, but I think this direction needed to be put forward. Thank you, Pan Denis. Thank you. It's a huge pressure for these recruiting centers right now. Too many wounded, too many units. And when we worked with your people, we received like huge digits of cases for one person, social worker. It will be good to involve like psychologist and judicial consultant. And you are right that when you see how many services is available, so it could be involved in your issues. Thank you one more time, Denis. And now Vladimir, and later Taras. Vladimir, in Khmelnytsk region, my relatives see like building their territorial units. Volochysk, where I am from, you building this recruiting center. Like one part is transparent, so for relatives, and in a regional center you got this SNAP abbreviation. So please share this experience and result of this combination. And what's your offers? How could you change this functional and how we can develop in it? Thank you, Oksana. Yes, in Khmelnytsk region was realized such pilot project, but like kind two ways. From 22 recruiting center, 16 went to SNAPs, where inhabitants could receive some consultation, help, like in town Volochysk. Approximately like 5 people working, and when a citizen come in or family member, so you can see like questions what you have, and one of this fifth place someone will be consulting him related to his or her question. And also its internet can be launched. The other from 16 centers was for based on territorial principle. So our TCK, our recruiting center, is situated on 4th floor, so it's not everyone able to get there. This pilot project started in last Thursday, and 1,004 application form was registered. The rest, it's like payment, related to payment. Documents about social guarantee for family members. Thanks to that these people receive some education. I would refer to my colleague from Lviv. The delegation of responsibility from TCK to territorial center, like for citizens. So many people could have availability to register or renew their belonging to military service. So we could not understand this fair. We are open 24/7/7. We are able to give all information We cooperate full information like between family members and military units. If you can't find this where your member of family is, we can help it. We working like over shifts. Now again electronic queue or line created from 8 till 24 shift. Big amount of people which is not related to our personal responsibility, but thankfully to education, some seminars had place with military, with TCK recruiting centers. So we know where to find such answers for such questions. I think this pilot project is needed to be put forward. And enlarging amount of our workers so needed as well. Like 2-3 social workers should be added. Psychologist, judicial worker. Thank you. Thank you, Vladimir. I was amazed by quantity of this application, like 1,500 per month. Trust, you see these problems more complex. How important is transformation of recruiting center, which influence all factors for support, family support and servicemen support. I remember my emotions when I returned and my family not needed to anyone. Say it straight. So only we need our family. When we somewhere, our family do not need it to anyone. But I'm still thankful for this year. Many things change. That's why I emphasize we could not talk about only servicemen. It's critically wrong. We should talk about serviceman and his family. It's right message that when mobilizing man, you mobilizing whole his family, and you know, in eyes of family members, whose servicemen at home or whose servicemen still in fight. Second point is we cannot talk like representing one side, like only from family member or from government, only from servicemen. Excuse me, but we should talk about society, social. We should try in ending point, like to change approach to servicemen, to families. Please excuse my French. You are good because you former serviceman. Can you imagine discomfort which he received? It's not a problem of man who said it. Such circumstances, such life is. But we should do to create good respect. So he's not only receiving some benefits, so holder of UBD. You say it right, we can be wrong, we can do something wrong, but we are moving. So let's close our eye for our bedside and concentrate. Why 16 SNAPs, territorial centers? sooner or later SNAP will be involved for whole service, administrative, cultural. They have protocols. So SNAP's got some positive story. But recruiting center having more negatives, not because they're bad, they're doing colossal work, important work, but circumstances such now is associated that recruiting center associated with mobilization only. So we should work about this as well. So we could understand that recruiting center, it is not only mobilization, and it's also social encouragement for serviceman and his family. How it started? We got coordination centers, and these coordination centers was created on a basis on RBA abbreviation. They did colossal work, and accordingly to that, we did meeting with families in one location. We took all organs like police, recruiting center, family members of missing person and wounded person, and we need to talk. We need to talk on their territory and using their language. When we thought about it, genial strategy, but not realized because of details, technical moments, like stamp on something, like on documents. When we took 16 locations of SNAP, we took different approach. There are some SNAP already would want to launch. Some of them got good functional, some of them not. We got 3 blocks of questions. First, normatives, recruiting center normative, and border. Guys, so some people not doing enable to solve all questions in one time, and also human factor is important. We cannot ignore professionals' educations, and quality education is done by professionals. It's no necessity that it should be guys in military clothes, but their professionalism should correspond to their rights, not rights authorities. You should be allowed to use certain sources. Our idea, like one place, maximum of service. We didn't reach success. There is plenty of things which could be done in territorial, in recruiting center, but we understand that in certain changes in the law, if we change approach, we could do one approach and receive solving plenty of questions. 200. We understand clearly that because of quantity of territorial centers, some question could be solved. And third questions, it's like database that should be renewed of servicemen or potential servicemen. Oksana, I would like to underline some certain things. We could not solve like transformer territorial center. We could not help all family members of servicemen and servicemen themselves. So we should educate officers. We should have such vertical of different officer ranges. It's absolutely right that need to be changed functional of social workers, because we are as military understanding that we are living like our former opinions. So one of them is like social service is only for receiving pensions. No psychological support there. It's also will be our future task, which will work out. In a context of building trust, we should build informatically powerful source. Do you know how many wounded people working in such territorial centers? We need society to explain to society to change this negative approach, which is heated by Russians, and many of people is influenced by this Russian propaganda, and only in a complex, like having invitation regional authority and government state authorities, they all having empathic feelings, but they do not have time for better care for family members. So here Natalia Umarenkova, Sila Zhinok, representing this organization, Sila Zhinok, especially for family members, she does colossal work helping this recruiting center and territorial center. So we have many players. We could do common work, but we should define which unified way should be. So we need to create such project. I'm thankful, I'm giving my gratitude that you believe, that you gave opportunity your people to study. I understand how difficult is let them go to Kiev for 1 week and not perform their daily duties. So I'm really grateful. And regional authorities, but you understand because you are veteran as well. So many of such people. So I'm thankful one more time. Sincerely, thank you. Friends, I'm giving my gratitude to speakers and giving you short break, like half an hour for lunch. Alexander Grom, his team made this lunch.
preliminary results of the studying of the assessment of needs of veterans in the communities. The floor is given to Kristina Petrenko. Dear colleagues, hello. I'm the expert on the assessment studies in the project IREX. Today we are presenting the research developed in terms of the project IREX reintegration of veterans program. I would love to point out that the results presented by us today, they are preliminary, and we are in the course of finalizing these results. So let's start with the presentation. Assessment of needs of veterans. The goal of this research was to assess the needs of veterans among the representatives of the social community, as well as the representative of non-governmental organizations, providers of services for veterans, and profile experts. Methodology was the following. The goal of the research: focus groups of discussion and advanced interviews. Targeted audiences, leaders of the veteran associations and communities, representatives of veteran governmental organizations, civil society organizations, veterans with disabilities, veterans with critical social groups, including LGBTQ+, and representative of ethnic minorities, female veterans, service providers for veterans, scholars, and scientists. We first did identify the medical needs, and I would love to share now with you in more detail this information, what we analyzed. On the basis of the needs identified by us, we formed certain recommendations to be considered by communities, so to improve the services provision for veterans. Among the medical needs, the following was indicated. The sufficient number of medical services says about the insufficient quality, the absence or unpracticed unified standardized protocols. What is the role of the community here? The role of the communities is the following: to develop the infrastructure for providing services in the communities where there is a huge demand, therefore. Investments into experts and officers, medical officers and junior medical personnel. Advocacy or implementation of the use of standardized protocols, networking and partnership among the Hromadas communities. The next step was the identification of psychological, mental needs. We see the issues arising in this area with the mental health, with the psychosocial condition of the servicemen. And the needs we identified are the following: the psychological assistance, topical, relevant for the majority of Ukrainian veterans in the long-term perspective. The demand, therefore, will only increase. We identified as well the lack of experts prepared to the mental work, psychological work with the veterans and members of their families, and communities have the following role here. The creation of spaces and hubs for veterans in communities, preparation of available experts in the community, and creation of opportunities for involving new experts. The next sector which we worked on was the legal sector and legal needs for legal support. We identified the majority of needs which were related with the transition from the military to the civil life, and insufficient awareness about the legal aspects, legal assistance available. Communities here can promote creation of certain roadmap for legal issues and problems, and distribution of this information, dissemination of this information among veterans, development and support of spaces, platforms where available relevant experts are to be present. Preparation, training of experts at the level of communities. It means requalification or qualification professional of career, advancement of career for such experts which are to provide assistance to veterans. Next is education and employment for veterans. We identified that there is no formed demand for education and employment, but we think that this problem is to increase in the future. Next problem identified by us is overcoming the biases of the employers for employing veterans, and demand for launching own business. Communities here can help as follows: to disseminate information regarding the employment for veterans, to support veterans in starting their new business and educating them, to support veterans with the mentorship programs. Communities can also provide for the work with the business regarding the improvement of infrastructure and facilities and availability of jobs for veterans. Collaboration and cooperation with the employers regarding the specifics of employment of persons returned from the service. We also identified the common trends and tendencies in these sectors. The common demand remains the understandability, the regulation and agreement, and a normal implementation of veteran policies. Lack of unified support among communities, and the important element for the quality reintegration of veterans is, as we identified, family. Communities can work with families for providing a higher quality support for veterans. At the level of community, it is important to create new opportunities for veterans, and not only to provide them with the benefits and monetary assistance. Communities can create conditions, environment for inclusion, as it is needed for veterans and other inhabitants of the community, and mapping of the services and quality informing about them. It's an efficient way to satisfy the needs of veterans. Thank you for your interaction. We hope the integration of veterans is to be successful. We are working on it. Thank you, Ms. Christina. Dear friends, now we are starting the most important part of this event. We have many people who came here from different corners of our country, and now we are to speak about the instruments and tools, so to work with the targeted audiences at the level of the community, with the veterans, with their families, with the civilians, which programs are efficient, for instance, based on the example of Vinnytsia community, how the development story, how the Ukrainian development story goes, what is the story, how the communities are involved. So we are to continue our work, our discussion during next 2 hours in parts with breaks in sections, and we are to discuss about the regulations, tools, instruments which we can adopt, which we can take and implement and scale up in your certain community. The first section starts demobilization, returning to the community. And the video, please. In such trips, we work not just with the groups, as we discussed, as we mentioned, with the servicemen, with the deceased, with the families of the deceased, but also with the we provide individual consultations. We work on an individual manner. Veterans, after hospitalization, they require further rehabilitation, and our center promotes this rehabilitation. We send the servicemen for the prosthesis services in case of need. We work with the documentation, with the registration on different websites, and with these issues and other relevant aspects. It is a highly important project, as almost all the citizens of Ukraine suffered due to the effects of the adversary aggression. We have to get many veterans. We have already many veterans, and they need support. I want guys get support where they live, where they grew up, where they have their families nearby, where they have friends, not be remoted, not to be far from them, like by 100 kilometers from them. We want to provide our defenders, our guys, with everything, all the best for them. Thank you so much. You watched this video and saw some representatives of our servicemen, and you are to get to know them today as well at our event in present. And I'm giving the floor to our first three speakers. First is Oksana Zvitneva, head of the Mental Center under the Ministry of Health of Ukraine, representative of the Barrier-Free Fund, and we are giving the floor also to Konstantin Petarko, representative of the Veteran Integration Project, IREX. And we are to talk with Konstantin about the partners and their role. First is the question to Ms. Oksana. We all use now such a term as veteran-oriented society, community, but we need to prepare the whole, we understand that we need to prepare the whole population for communication with veterans, for returning them to the community, to the society. Which instruments, which tools, which approaches we have, so to integrate every one of them, so to help families and to help servicemen. Ms. Oksana, you know all of this, as you were involved in developing these tools, but let me start with such an example. Dear colleagues, please attention. I understand it's difficult today. It is a long event, but we need to first watch the video about the mental health, about the resources which we have and the tools. How are you? in the ocean of pain? Do you have power to swim further? Do you hope for a peaceful world? How are you? Can you overcome your losses? Can you believe in something good? How are you? We've not we did not want to get this terror, to have these problems. But we understand you. Please don't be silent. Say how you are. We understand how it's relevant for you when you want to scream. Say it. Say how are you. Please don't fall down. Say how you are. When the person says how this person feels, but in a minute he or she can die. We can understand, we can see how painful, how scaring it is, how you forgot what peaceful is, how to peacefully sleep at night and hope for better. But please don't lose yourself, don't hide, don't become, say just how you are. Stay further, take care, stay strong. But only together we can overcome all of this. Don't be alone, don't be silent, just say how you are. Think clearly. You need to talk now. We don't have much time. The time flows so quickly, and we need to support one another. Say, please, how you are. Answer my question. We need to hear that. It is the truth that we can't be without one another. And we have this demand for dialogue, but the biggest demand of every one of us for communication. Communication is lacking. It's the most significant skill which should be available in any community, in any society, but no one is trained therefore. And many skills we need to learn. So to have strength and power, live further and overcome this stressful, awful experience. We need to get skills how to accept this reality, and these skills are the huge contribution to our future life. Today I am to speak about tools and resources. Many times we've heard this word, thank you, today. Don't be silent. When you want to say thank you and when you want to express your gratitude, say it. And that is why I'm highly grateful to all of you, to you, Ms. Oksana, to all the facilitators of this event. Huge applauses, please, for your great efforts done for having this dialogue today. Resources, why do we need them? Some figures to provide. Mental health is to be top challenge, not just today, tomorrow, not just in Ukraine. It is to be a challenge everywhere for 5, 10, and even 12 years ahead. And if we think the war is related to only the Ukrainians, the research and confirm that the war is related, it is to cover everyone, and everyone is to have the effects of it on his or her mental health. Here we are the first, we are on the first line who are experiencing this stressful experience, but we can share, we can work on it, we can develop ourselves, we can make us stronger, and then share this experience with everyone related. Mental health, it is a challenge for all the service providers. assistance, to speak about your need for help, it's not a weakness, it's the obligation. You need to talk about this need, as we need help. And we can speak from individual to the global level. And now this research confirming the priority of mental services provision for veterans and family members. These are the thoughts of respondents. They say that first of all, these services needed for people who had military combat experience. And now let's talk about the resources of the society community. The resource of the community society is a service covered partially by the government. At the top we have the government, ministries and projects there. And first it is used so the pyramid, and the first who the individual communicates regarding the needs and the pain is the experts, family doctors. And that is why medical officers, family doctors, they need to be trained in this aspect. And we launched this project and already performed the training for medical officers. Second is a center of viability. It's spaces for recovery. It's the resources of a community. This service can change the landscape in your community. Here, we can include veteran centers, veteran hubs, spaces of opportunities, such places where the person can get not just mental assistance, but the integrated assistance as service. Next is the lessons of resilience, of mental health. They are all already integrated in schools. From the 1st of September, a new subject is to appear in schools for teaching children about the mental health, about their feelings and emotions, what is normal for them, what is severe. Today, we spoke about the quality expert, and that is why we need to focus on education of everyone. Everyone is related. We've talked about social officers, social experts, doctors, and others, but the whole population needs to be educated. And we can start from schools with supporting our kids and launching the project for social experts and caregivers there. The next is the mental health, mental support on the workplace. We understand that the renewable resource is a fully in economic category. And now I'm referring to the heads of communities. Please provide us the information about the following: whether you are acquainted with the centers in your regions for such services. If you've not acquainted with such centers, please refer to us. We are to provide you with the information as your additional resource. Next is educational campaign. I think the educational communicational campaign implemented by us with the following goals. It was dedicated first of all to the veteran topic. The experience of veterans is valuable. And in terms of the communication goal, we've developed a line of products which we can take, adopt, and use already at once. It is a cycle of videos where veterans talk about their feelings about the interaction with the society, with the community, posters, messages, phrases which you can print out and use, series of separate films on this topic, and another sector about the barrier-free reference, how to communicate, how not to offend, how to talk with the about the communication of the children and the parents returning from the army, from the combats. It is a reference book, such a guideline with advice, with the pieces of advice relevant, appropriate for everyone. Please use, implement in your practice and share. Next, we've developed a training manual, people with experience of war, dignity, interaction. Also, you can use it and integrate it into your lessons with the communities, with trainings with the communities. Next, with our regional coordinator, we've performed almost 5,000. So we've had almost 5,000 attendees of these trainings. So it is also your resource. People with the experience of war, dignity, interaction. Here we collected all the recommendations as a pharmacy box, pharmacy kit needed for veterans. You can download and use. And we've created an educational TV series. Hope people with the experience of war, dignity, interaction on the platform DIA, Action Education, in the software of in your smartphones. You can also use this program, watch this TV series, and share. Rules for interaction, rules of communication, you can also download and use. Everything can be downloaded on the website. And how are you? It's all these tools are for you. Instruments which are highly valuable and professional. What we need to do now, we need just to raise our hands, stretch them out, and get this willingness to use these instruments. So please get this willingness and use, implement, apply these instruments, as this is our source. What is another source which we have? It's our values. When we know why we fight and what for. Our social contexts, we need to invest into our social sphere, in our communication. We need to prevent people from loneliness. When there is a unemployment problem, we need just to promote, to stimulate people, for them to just to stand up, get on the feet, and go working. Thank you, Ms. Oksana. It is the truth that the many instruments we already have, which we can take and use for veterans, for the society, for this barrier-free interaction, and continuing all of this. To sum up, I would love to say such a phrase, that we are not the sons, it's just our work. We work for the better. It's our obligation. It is the words said by our colleague, which are highly appropriate and valuable. Regarding the regional policy, understanding the ministry without the communities is incapable to create a normal veteran policy. How do you plan to develop, to build the relations among the communities in view of supporting veterans in the smallest community of the country? Thank you so much for your question. First of all, I would love to thank you for this invitation. It's highly pleasing for me to be here in my native city, and I would love to provide you with the following key messages which we adopted in our team, and we think that they are the key ones for us. Future of the community, future of the country, future of the society. We understand that all the liberations which we make, we need to create all of this with the communities. I would like to ask to upload the presentation, to turn it on. Regarding our deliberations, to continue, in the past year we worked and created the pilot project. It was an trial project. We can say that we have positive results and many negative results, but we understand, we accept this fact that these are the mistakes, our failures, which we can resolve together with the community, joining our common efforts. If to speak about the Institute of the Professional of Support, supporting expert, social expert, it is an officer who is a staff member of the municipal institution located in a village or municipal council. We understand that this work we are to communicate with you today without then presentation. Unfortunately, technical problems with the presentation launching. In our register, we have many veterans registered in our system. Next year, we hope to train up to 300,000 experts, social experts for veterans. We think it is a sufficient number for regions. We also envisaged allocations for communities for this area, 2.9 billions. Which conditions are for the expert? This expert should be a national of Ukraine, education, bachelor education in labor protection, social work, public government. How does the admission go? First is interviewing. Then when the process goes as follows: when we work on the professional advancement of this expert, we use the programs created by us for professional advancement of such experts. This professional advancement can take place in veteran centers and requalification centers. And by the way, we have such a center in Vinnytsia on the base of university. And last year we trained more than 30 assistants to social experts, and we are to consider all those who got trained, and we are to care of their future employment in this area. What we need to mention here, that we need to work further on the needs of veterans, provision of consultations regarding the support of veterans, the reintegration of veterans, and I would love to provide you the following issues identified: how we see the scheme of management of governmental control. We proposed for the government to have a structural units to work on the veterans policy. In military administrations, we have such units already in almost 13 military administrations. Next is a independent structural units in district administrations, had of this institution mentioned by me, and experts as well. What we have now, which regulations we need to talk about. First, we introduced to the standard, so we prepared first of all the professional standard, and we included to the classifier such a new job as a supporting expert for demobilized persons. We provided some enactments which are being approved. We hope that they are to be adopted soon. It's related to the job of the expert and the payments, salaries. How is everything to be? Everything depends on the time when these regulations are to be adopted. First, regarding the testing and further employment, we need to start this in the mid of June. Next, in August, we are planning to increase their level to perform the training for them. Next step, we are planning to do it in November. Next, admission, selection of candidates, and again training. And up to the 30th of December, we are planning to perform the analysis and for identifying the challenges which are present and the future. What's related to the issue raised today regarding the spaces, we understand that almost all the communities have spaces, hubs, and we understand that there is an efficacious work started already without involvement of the government. The communities did themselves, and we are ready to undertake this experience. It is clear why. So to implement further our policies, as we need the communities and we need the help in the implementation of these policies. We elaborated the standards requisite for these spaces to exist, for these hubs to exist. We suggest the financial support. It's related to the issues of payments, salaries of experts, problems of mental rehabilitation, a separate aspect for grant support of the Veteran Fund of Ukraine. By the way, considering the fact that one of my directions which I work on, I would love to say shortly about that. What we see regarding the veteran entrepreneurship. For us, it is important to create simple rules to be clear for business and veterans. We see 4 institutes of support. And first is the institute regarding the access to the resources. Second, we have the practice here developments by the Ukrainian Veteran Fund. As today Mr. Minister mentioned, from 500 to 1.5 million. These amounts are grants provided by our state. Today we had the presentation of the Public Employment Center providing also the support regarding the grants support from the Ministry of Economy and Agriculture Policy. We work on this aspect and consider it. Second is the access to the services, educational services as well, as we understand that the veterans who want to start business, they need to have knowledge, to have skills, they need to have legal assistance regarding the consulting, counseling and others. Next, we think that it is necessary to create for every veteran business to have access to the public orders. Why is it important? As our veteran business is military targeted, and we need to support that. Now, the Ministry of Economy and of Agriculture Policy, we have such elaborations to provide us with the opportunities to provide this support in this direction, and we are working on the laws and regulations in this sector. And the fourth one is promotion. Here I separately would love to mention that we've elaborated such a trend, interesting. We've developed a graphic sign symbol created by the defenders. It's virtually the promotion of business. It's the opportunity for any consumer to see that it is the fact that it is the veteran business, veteran services. Now we have 31 and almost same number registered, and same number 31 veteran businesses are already registered, and almost same number is pending for registration. It confirms that the people want to work, and we need to promote this aspect. It was briefly, and I'm ready to answer your comments and questions. Supporting expert is to be launched in the mid of June. Your regulations are being adopted. The funding support 1.5 billion, as you mentioned, to be provided at the request of communities. 300,000 experts you're planning to select and train. Training approved under your program with the use of practices and skills where people need to actualize their skills and to be capable to work with the veterans. Now, there should be access to funding, to the labor market, to the knowledges and skills. How great you are. Koleda has such a skill to remember all the information shortly and precisely. Regarding the spaces, you mentioned as well that we have a sufficient number of spaces, hubs created already, working without assistance of the ministry, but through the development of the standards together with you, by us, with IRIX, were developed. With these standards, we provide them with the image of this understanding how these spaces and hubs should be created, in which form, what is required. Thank you so much, dear colleague, for your information and what you do. It's highly interesting and valuable. Question. I have not just a question, it is a proposal to you. I think that we can, with you or separately next time, we can have a session about the peer-to-peer approach. and topic regarding the understanding flow of work. I think that you're ready to accept this proposal. It's as this topic is relevant. Yes, the proposal is accepted.
You worked with a ministry giving commemoration. You worked with in our team. Now you're representative of the international team. It's very good that international organization which work in Ukraine, especially with help to veterans, having such specialists like you. How they have understanding, like even meaning IREX, how community needs help, what kind of help they need. So thank you, Pani Oksana, for opportunity to take part and responding to your questions. Actually, I am in IREX in order to help orientate reintegration of veterans and another progress which IREX providing in order to be in a tendency. Whole IREX, we huge organization in 120 countries. The Ukrainian office is most biggest after Washington office, and we have huge amount of projects. Next month we will be presenting program which will be focused on communities. And here I would like to talk about veteran policy. And actually it's my experience and my colleagues, we are speaking about main key problems like state which create policy, but state could not create policy without feedback. It's understandably that it is communities, because veterans return to families, to communities, and all service for them should be provided. It's understandable that it's business which is actually could not understand his strength. So some veterans so demanding, like requiring 15 days of rest additionally, but we should fulfill their needs anyways. So some community organization giving feedback you for your understanding what is better working, what's worse, what could be done, what could multiply by 0 because it's non-effective. And we are, as in IREX, we are communicated with 20 international organizations that having more projects. We are thankful to this organization like Renaissance, GIZ, etc., and many others. In reality, such events helps to understand for international partners giving some vector or point of view. Majority of such international organization working through community organization. We cannot deal directly, but we would like to see partnership. We want to support such development. Pay attention, please, for this community. Try to help these communities. Please give them premises, like for free or even for 1 hryvnia. Send them for education. We got plenty of opportunities, and we would like to support. we would support such organization with those tendency which we see. It's help of international partners. I could prove that big amount of such communities asking for help, and in a frame of our training centers we think about new direction will be based on community fundraising, local authorities, central regional authority. It's very important to support such commands. I would add, we now see big demand towards veterans space. Будинки воїна. I'm thankful to Ministry of Veterans. I'm sure that we will work further in this direction. We will create like manual book for this with contacts of organization. We can use it later. We can send it later and it will be handful for you. It's very important, and we understand that demand is too big. We got plenty of partners, everyone would like to study, and right now we are enrolling to this history. Veteran Spaces started since 2014, and we got recommendation like to create mobile group in order to reach each locality. We are studying during this war. I'm thankful, I'm saying my gratitude to you, and actually continuing Konstantin topic. Now we will have a guest, Marichka Dovzhik, I guess. Marichka and Mr. Serhiy, two guests. Sergei Margunov is here. Next set, it's about tough communication, not cool communication, when community and local authority bond so together, binded, so they exclusive agreement between working with each other, so to say. I would like you to share what you're doing together, what you're doing generally for encouragement of veterans and their families. Initially, question to Sergei Margunov. We got mega questions. Militarized city. What steps, plans, strategy of veterans encouragement? That's a question. Good day. I will add 46,000 changed their place. They moved here to Vinnytsia. It's a challenge and later it's advantage. But if we will talk about communication with veteran space, recall beginning of February 2022, even 1 week before full swing invasion or war, 2017, we gathered with veterans and discussed what we can do in our communities if Russians will try to invade us. It was very important for me as a head of Vinnytsia and for my team, because first steps and advices, practical advices for how to protect town. I'm not saying even about other things. When war is started, it's like conveyor. We should do so. No, it wasn't like that. So everyone was studying, and thankfully decentralization, I think, ability of communities, majority of them, we stopped this war, thankfully to our army, and also thankfully to community, and we could not allow enemy to such border like we have now. Before saying about our practical words towards veterans, Vinnytsia is waiting for veterans. It's written on a screen. For these people who worked in communal sphere, who in business, who in social sphere, that's all these people who created and creating most comfortable town in Ukraine. It's not a sector. We 8 times in a row exit of IRI, we are most comfortable town. From 2014, veterans, when they were returning so to society, they most active. Andriy Grichov involved when he was demobilized, and he was involved to this policy for work with veterans. From the very beginning, volunteers came to front line since that time. What for us veterans policy? It's like human centralized, human centricity. It's on demand. Like what demands veteran on this level should build a policy of each community. It's reintegration of veterans in society, it's working place, requalification of people, creation of working place, and communication with business, that you shouldn't afraid such like 15 additional days for vacation. So when a person who relocated enroll into our communities, you shouldn't be afraid of this. Let's talk about what value is in the first row fighting our warriors. It's like liberty, dignity. In the first row, these people with such mentality will be living and developing our community, especially about rebuilding, because servicemen which fight for these values, they will be rebuilt with same aims. Comfortable community, Ukrainian elite. I'm pretty sure that veterans are very most active people right now, and there are some examples like Zhmerinska community, executive of Zhmerinka's authority. He was fighter for Donetsk airport. So he could understand all needs which required by veterans. Economically, and our defense system So when we created our budgets, we wanted this. We should be together, critical infrastructure and care. Such principle we are actually shared all our budget, like 30, 30, 30. It's people which will be developing, rebuilding Vinnytsia. Rehabilitation opportunities. We working on it. And today it was said that how much in a region rehabilitation center. On my point of view, it's discussion topic. Today, opening of this rehabilitation center is crucial, but I think medical clinics opening them, thankfully, to package how it's influence for quality of service. We don't need follow quality or compete for quality. Quantity. This discussion will be discussed with a point of view of specialized centers of rehabilitation, which could be integrated with medical clinics and physical rehabilitation. I will tell about it in the end. How we can encourage veterans enterprising. We sign agreement with one of community organization, USAID, and like reschooling, requalification of veterans and relocated person. About not 900 we could reschool, and we are financing it. If we are talking about voucher programs, like 1 million from Minventa, we are giving 2.5 to 250,000 hryvnias. So it's improving business planning opportunities of each veteran. So when we are talking about creating items, we are also giving 2.5 million thousand. These grant programs should work most efficiently today, and it's also because for our economy, in a time when our infrastructure business is destroying, demolition in a west and east, we need financial mechanisms and financial tools. Commemoration of killed servicemen. 660, it's in Vinnytsia community, killed warriors, servicemen. Not everyone, veteran or their family, having wish or knowledge where to apply. And here, social services should go to people, not people to them, and help to family. For children, I will tell about it later. 6th direction, like no barriers. In reality, it was difficult situation, but thankfully for organization Harmony, which cooperate with us, and Panasuk, lady who passed away, we are having today enough tools about no barriers policy, physical prosper, physical space. What we have done related towards space. If we are talking about transport, 62% working as no barriers, like available. available for disabled people, but we should work on this direction. If we are talking about infrastructure, it's colossal amount of money, but gradually, starting from panduses, traffic light, etc., etc. Perceptive panel having in the attention inclusivity. From 2023, service veteran is available in all SNAP. SNAP is abbreviation. 6,200 administrative services are available. From beginning of this year, we got such quantity of applying person. In the end, we are counting how was done, which was not, we were not able to fulfill. In such principle, we could see. So factually, we did like 80% of which was demanded. And cross-section, how much demand and fulfilled demand. Municipal program, which we implement. We combine 325.2 million hryvnias for this. We also having like municipal register. Person for benefits, it's like 18.7 thousand persons. Very important for detail of veterans. They are having like, they are not in a line enrolling to kindergarten, free meal, vacation, going abroad, chances to go abroad, education for free in art schools, and of course benefit, material benefit. Helper of veteran, another service office which works in a veterans deal. It was created in 2023. It's successful practice. We got 13 helpers. It was about the salary 15,000 and something. So our finance from budget like 2.2 million or billion hryvnia. And, so we work on 3,177 application for. We done 24,500 services for applicants. We got some practices when veteran come into administration in transparent office and she is shaking. But when we got like veteran helper, he is communicating with veteran another way, no psychological barrier, and they find common language to solve any problems. It's efficient, I think, at least in practice in Vinnytsia. How we can support community partners. Marichka was taking care about this. Another person died, was killed, but in their team, starting from 2017, 2018, it allows them to work efficiently. And I'm glad that if their authority is high, not only between veterans and their families, and killed person, even captured person who disappeared. They are working actively, and they are very serious and professional. We are encouraging them, supporting them. Again, we would apply to Maxim, and Veteran Hub, its organization, it's like a network in Kiev, and Anastasia is working efficiently. And most important is there is no competition between them. It's important for me they could communicate with each other, cooperate. Veteran could apply to any organization. It's like no monopoly for that. Each one receiving what is in his heart. We encouraging like about 7 organizations here. Town of Minin, Mister's Minin is Mister, on the base of our municipal NGO how they creating certain policy towards activity of community activities. These 7 organizations involved with this Mister's Mistiv or town of Minin. We are building veteran space, 20 million from town budget. If you could see on the street Stepan Bandera, veteran space, 20 millions we already put there. Please record this amount. Are you patriot of Vinnytsia or no? Thank you.
And we are to open, it is true, the truth, so that we are to open 400 square meters, and we are to provide all those services according to the general algorithm, according to the central algorithm, legal central, and all others appropriate. Veterans can come there and just spend their time, hang out there. It was our task, it is our task, and we are working on this. What we need from the government? Basically, we need this national framework to be unified. But the key element is another thing. Me, as a representative of the community, I would not wanna have all the load to be given to the local self-government authorities. Everything should be differentiated. If we have a governmental program, it should function. If we have a municipal program, we need to have recommendations in which direction, so not to duplicate, not to have any duplications, as every community sets out specific programs and directions. It was correctly said that someone comes and says that why does some community have this and we don't, or vice versa? So we should have all the procedures unified. We need to think more on it. Regarding the professionals, experts, we need to have multidisciplinary teams. We've already discussed that we need to have rehabilitation services, and in view of the training of the experts, and housing financing program. Nowadays, those programs launched by the government in view of the issue of provision of land parcels to the veterans. You remember, all of you remember those events. I am pretty sure for now that those programs launched, they are not to function. they are not sufficient so to satisfy all the needs. This mechanism does not function, and in view of the veterans, it is to be the negative response and vision, misunderstanding, lack of understanding what is related to the law. I know that there are small programs, Yosela, there is accommodation and others, but they are small and we need to work more so to expand and improve the accommodations, the living conditions for veterans and their families. We are working, and with our joint efforts we are to attain positive results. Thank you so much. Some requests already set to the ministry. Marichka, your turn. Please tell us how the Veteran Space, Veterans Hub is working in Vinnytsia. When I speak every time about the Veteran Hub space, I underline that I'm proud of our organization, how we are organized, and we as a Veteran Hub, we are not a municipal institution and we are not a civil society organization which is in an unlimited search for funding. We are a common joint project of the union and the municipality, and we are stable and we are supported in terms of funding. And that is why we have an opportunity to move forward and involve additional funds for implementing the projects under the assistance of donors, international donors. We need to express our gratitude to the International Fund, Renaissance, European Union, and all those who already believes in us and gives and supports us. Due to them, we've already have 3 implemented successful projects, and this year the International Fund Renaissance supported us once again, and it is to be the 4th successful project by us. It is somehow a synergy of the public sector and a local government, which gives a certain trust to us as a space of targeted audience and provides an opportunity for us specifically for our future progression. Today, I would love to provide you with the following information. If we talk today about the veterans returning to the civil life, what is the first what we need to focus on? It's on the work with the families, and we as a space, we work with families who await their combatants. We work with people who are lost, who are uncertain in what is to be next with veterans. So we have case managers. We have such families who who accept veterans, and we have such families as well who are uncertain. They are lost. They don't know how to get them back, and we work with them. We improve their understanding how to communicate with people with a military experience, and we arrange other different events, other different measures in this aspect. Another direction which we are working additionally on, it's families with the undefined losses. We have many institutions, many changes at the public level, the governmental level regarding the families with their lost family members, but we need to identify that we need to understand that we have some lack of quality and it is not fully meet in this direction, and we additionally work in this area. We additionally reinforce this sector, this quality of this services provision, the quality of informing, the quality of information provided, the quality of awareness. The quality, the awareness should be promoted, the information should be provided. We have certain mechanisms which are available, but we have still problems in this aspect. Without human interaction, without additional consultations and counseling, the quality of information given is failing, and that is why we work in this area. We constantly interact with people and work additionally. We communicate with other organizations, facilities, with Veteran Hub. It is the truth that we communicate with the experts, supporting experts for demobilized veterans regarding the information and support, and we constantly share the information, we share the practices, our personal knowledge, because we understand that only joining efforts, if we are to view this moment of informing of awareness and how important it is, we are to attain achievements. If we have lacking understanding, problems in informing, the quality is to be low, the awareness is to be low, the understanding is to be low. We explain to people what they need. For instance, when the people need legal assistance, it means sometimes people need the additional explanation of their rights and social guarantees, how a certain process is to go. If to speak about the mobile teams, I wanted to speak about this moment a bit later, but okay, mobile teams, we are highly grateful and happy to have them. It is a request realized due to the request of Ukrainian coalitions, beneficiaries, families, veterans with injuries. We have such requests from communities, remote communities, which are located far from the regional center. That is why we launched this aspect, we launched this project with mobile teams. Of course, we can improve further, we can work in this direction more, but still, we've started working in this aspect. If to speak, for instance, about the opportunity for mobile teams to go to remote communities, when they do that, it covers us this gap. The mobile teams work with the information provision. Service goes there where it's more needed, and basically starting from December, since December, we perform our trips. They are regular. First, we considered many issues related there to as many small aspects, how to launch mobile teams and cover all the requests. But after our processing of the requests and these small issues, we successfully launched our mobile teams and they work. For instance, last week we were in Orativ. There, the local self-government authorities referred to us, asking about our opportunity to come, as they have 19 families with the lost family members, servicemen, and they need information. And we went there. And it was great that we had an opportunity to cooperate with such local self-government authorities. When we arrived there, they were waiting for us, and they were ready to interact and communicate with us and share the information and everything needed. This way, we covered already 217. We covered 17 hromadas, communities, and about 800 people received our services, and we continue our work. We hope for better results. We see our goals and we endeavor in achieving them. Irrespective of the lasting war which we have in our country, unfortunately, and many challenges and problems constantly arising, we are happy that we have such people who are ready to work, and they are ready to start resolving these problems and searching for the better solutions and options for people. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now I'm inviting Ksenia Voznitsina with an exercise for you to move a little. And the next part is the final part for our speakers. But first is a small exercise. Working? My dear, wonderful friends and colleagues, the team of the Space of Opportunities hired me today as an entertainer, your entertainer, and we ought to have fun, a little fun now, but for the better. We ought to try as a small interactive trivia. We ought to check our understanding what is barrier-free term and other important aspects for us. Please, all of you, take your smartphones. Don't scroll in your photos or media. Be involved. Be attentive. QR code is to be on the screen. You ought to see the QR code now. You need to scan it and log in, get registered. One technical comment. You need to mention only your name without surnames or positions, without anything, just your name. We are to have some winners. Please get in and enjoy. Take part. It's not obligatory for you to mention your real name. You can mention yourself as a Superman or Lady Gaga or in another way. Be creative and indicate your nickname or your real name. Is it all right? Working? Inform me about your success. You done it? Yeah, working. Let's start, colleagues. Have you managed to start registering? Just indicate your name. Once again, please, just name to indicate. There, there are additional lines for passport information, passport details, phone number, and something else, but we should have had only the name to be indicated. We see the problems, technical issues with the Wi-Fi. You've managed, right? Let's try. First, what is correct? How it's correctly to say the disability? A person with disability, person with special needs, or a person with limited abilities? You are talking as a choir. Please don't be as a choir. Answer there in the software. Unfortunately, we have only 12 participants registered. Something is failing, unfortunately. Technical errors. A technical mess, as you say. Unfortunately, we are not to manage to play with you today. Unfortunately, I failed as your entertainer. It's okay. But you know, it was a good thing for you to work with nice questions, interesting questions, to check your understanding. Let's try once again. Let's check whether it works or not. Because it worked when we had pre-training. First is working, right? And you saw the answers. Beautiful names of people you can see there. Nice names. Let's skip first two questions and start with the third one. The third question, lack of extremities, lack of limbs, is. We are to check how correctly you responded, you answered this question. 5, 4 seconds left, and let's check the answers of the audience. Well done, you see, but some, not many people failed. Let's check. Everyone. Such wonderful names we have here. Next question. How many percent of GDP covers for the expenditures and losses related to the mental health? You remember 15%, you can see there 15, 5 or 0%. Not much time left, and checking answers. 15. The correct answer is 5. 15 is too much. Of course, mental health is very important, but not that much. 5%, it is enough, believe me. And we can see the leader among our participants. We cannot check it right now who it is, but we will see it later. And the next question, question number 6. Stress is what? We are to have here 3 options: light cycle disorder, experiencing the stressful event, or trauma. What you think? Indicate your thoughts. Time is over, and checking. What we can say here, you see how cool our audience is. It is the natural response of the human to certain events. Well done. Let's check the chart of leaders. Vita and the Hustler are the top leaders on the top of the world. And let's see what we are having next. Bad mental health increases the risk of chronic and physical different conditions such as cardiovascular disorders, diabetes, or altogether. What do you think? What mental health can influence on? The number of disorders and diseases is increasing. Which diseases are? What do you think? Well done. And here we have the same leaders. So the prizes, awards are to be done as a result, probably. What part of people with the psycho problems requires mental expert help, psychiatrist help? There are options 3, 25, 8, 15. What do you think? It's not an easy question. It seems that it's required to many or to the average number. Let's check. Correct. And we have top leaders, and we see that the hustler is almost the winner of the whole game. Next question. The majority of people who are prone to the violence have mental disorders. Yes or no? Very simple. Violence is increasing now in Ukraine, and generally this is a highly relevant problem globally. And what we see now, as people with mental disorders are more vulnerable and they are prone to do violence to themselves, not to others. And here the results are among our participants and our leaders are the same, not changing. And the next question, question 11, let's do our best. What part of people with the problems of mental health feel the bias from others, biased attitude from others? Let's think. Maybe you can think about someone from your environment, from your surroundings. Maybe you know such cases. And what results we have among audience? 3 big groups. You thought that the result is much lower, but a big number of people can feel this biased attitude to them. Unfortunately, unfortunately, it's a problem, and it's all about the stigma, and we don't need to do the stigma to these people. We only need to adapt to them and work with them, communicate with them. And the last one, how long the majority of people with a problem of mental health wait firstly before telling about the problem to their closest, dearest friends? How long the majority of people wait? Let's check the results. And well done. It's the truth, more than a year and even more. It's not an easy thing to do this. Not everyone, no one is ready to talk directly about their problems. And the leaders, our leaders are as follows: 2 winners, Vita and the hustler. Please, we are inviting you to the stage. People with huge awareness, huge understanding of our topic and psychotopic. Bravo. But dear other colleagues, now you know a bit more about the mental health. Nice work. Please accept my congratulations. Well done. The mental health, for you to understand, it is a part of the general health of the human. Have a good day. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ksenia Voznitsina. Thank you for your efforts, for moving our audience, for moving the brains of our audience. Friends, I understand that you are tired, but we have 2 next important sectors. Next is about the demobilization, demobilized veterans returning to the community, and I'm inviting the representative, the head of the Ukernafta, Sergei Poznik. Also, you've lost the moment when I mentioned the Association of Veterans. Sergei is a veteran, active serviceman, and the head of the Association of Entrepreneurs of the ATO entrepreneurs, 8 of veterans, and Ms. Lasnitska, Veteran Hub, mentioned many times today. And we ought to talk about the private sector, about the business. It is the fact that many people mentioned that the most active moment for us was at the moment of the large full invasion when it started. Thousands of entrepreneurs, everyone got involved in terms of their social responsibility, and now we have a great pool of projects for business and for supporting your employees and for your external stories. Let's start with Miss Elena. You showed many times today in videos your mobile teams, and I remember when we met with you once, with you and Sergei, and it was said to us, say what you need, you know better. And we decided that we need to go to every family, even into the remotest corner of the country. Now we have 8 mobile teams, such mobile teams. What you can say about the needs, your stories, and getting back to what is discussed, let's answer the following. What we do for communities to be capable, to have this capacity to support families and veterans and those who are in combat. Good day, dear colleagues. Everything related to the personnel, it's my story. It was really nice, Ms. Oksana, to get to know you, to tell you about Ukernafta. A big number of officers, officials, and majority of them mobilized. 13 persons lost, and we have also those who died. Last year, as many other companies, as the whole country, as it seems to me, the whole country and everyone involved, everyone got mobilized and got focused on our victory and what is possible and necessary to do for our victory. Ministry of Defense, headquarters, other facilities, everyone joined efforts and started working together. For 2022, we spent $21 million for covering the request. The second half of 2023, we got the understanding, we realized that the veterans start coming back, and we understood that it could be a complex case, and it's about the future, and we need to do something. And I'm highly grateful to Ms. Oksana. Why? Because Oksana was underlining these problems, needed issues. Veterans started getting back, and we didn't know what to do with them. Now we have this understanding. We continue working, but we see that we need to get more understanding and to do more for veterans which are returning from the front line. The family is very important. The community is very important, and namely because of this is the first project implemented together, these mobile teams which have to reach those remote areas. Same, our workers, our experts, and all other people, everyone needs help, and that is why we started entering the social projects. For instance, for you to understand, Ukernafta has many branches, and we work everywhere, but the main directions are Охтирка, Sumy, and the Kharkiv region and the west of Ukraine. Ukernafta is closely collaborating at the with many facilities and responds to the requests of the communities. Ukrnafta collaborates with the communities and has close collaboration with them. Regarding the employees, the workers, together with the colleagues, we involved mental experts, psychologists, other officers, medical and other experts for covering their social needs appropriate for them. And in fact, our veteran, for instance, now can have additional 7 days of vacation, of leave, paid leave. We provide veterans with additional funds. We understand that at next 2-3 years, we need to work on the issue of personnel, as we now have a flaws in this moment. We have a lack of personnel, but that is why we start getting to the big directions where we can enter the labor market and get more employees and with more people, where we are ready to employ veterans who want to get retrained and start working for our company. We have many vacancies open here. We have many applicants today, and we are ready to collaborate, to work with these applicants, with all of them. For instance, in Donetsk region, one of community referred to us to work with the IDPs to provide them with the jobs and to perform certain re-education. Ukrnafta clearly understands the future, and if now the employer not to take certain steps for joining the family, community, and team, if we are not to do that, we are to get adverse consequences. We are supporting veterans. We are working in this direction, and respectively, we are happy to adopt any initiative, any program, if it's valuable and needed and appropriate for supporting veterans. Thank you so much. Thank you. It is a nice example of support of communities. Communities need to understand that besides the programs of public employment service, the employers are ready to requalify, redequalify, to advance the qualification and employ the residents of communities. I thank you once again for opportunities and for your support which you provide in Ukraine. Thank you so much. And Ms. Irina, we've heard a lot about the project Praktika. You presented this project several times. You mentioned instruments and tools in this project, in terms of this project, but you recommend also some you recommend some other moments in terms of this project. With this project, practice, this project provides us with a bigger scope, with more opportunities. We collaborate with the Veterans Hub for many years, not for the first year. We create sets of projects which trace those stakeholders who are most closest way collaborate with veterans and support them. in the context of returning to the civil life, we have such stakeholders as employers. And for the time of our activity, we've done a lot. It's the fact that we have nice partners who nicely collaborate and interact with veterans, but I would love to focus your attention, dear colleagues, on the labor market and on the proposals and opportunities which we have. Now we live in such environment which have never had before. We have for instance, imbalance in our sectors. For instance, IT sector, we have there a profit is too many IT experts, too many IT specialists in this area, and it's working well. But now in other sectors we have flaws, we have deficit, lack. About 4.5 million of experts are lacking at the labor market. We have many people with disabilities, and for instance, we have about 3 million people with disabilities. It's all about the statistics for you, dear colleagues. 3 million people now in Ukraine with disabilities, and only 15% of them are employed, and it's a bad indicator, unfortunately, why such in figure we have such percent. We work with the companies. We work with the companies which would love to hire veterans and those with disabilities, but still these companies, they need support, and we support such companies in many aspects, as employment of veterans is a complex moment.
Next one. It's a meeting with military experience which not integrated to civilian profession occupation. Employers could make big mistake that not taking into account when they hiring them, which they dedicate huge time of their experience for fighting for Ukraine. They returning absolutely as junior without any civilian experience. It's second moment. Third moment, we are actively trying together with our partners to solve. It's like no barriers. Many projects, it's a topic of inclusive working surrounding architecture. We inherited, not adapted to returning such disabled person. It's like post-Soviet heritage. Working place which not allow disabled person to come in. And the third, we would like to enlighten communication question. People working with people. People working with people in military and also in society. And such prejudice which exists in society about psycho-emotional status of veterans, possibly certain disabilities because of trauma, it's create barriers in communication with warriors. Veterans and related veterans going through their way of warrior, and most important part of it is integration in civil life, and one aspect is to be hired. It's impossible to create human which feels his emotional status like which could be realized in society. It's most important thing, and teams would create such opportunities for veterans. We created certain plan, and we are preparing our plan building on this. So let's see our approach towards veterans. Key topics of communities and employers. Employers could create such so big businesses turning up to us, and we got certain approach, certain teams. We got understanding of building budget, many other aspects. But in reality, in small business, we having demand like how can we survive if we need to employ veterans. And also veterans would like to find best for themselves in a hierarchy. We're creating like our plans for our strategy, working strategy. What we concentrate on? We would concentrate your attention on creation of architecture availability for veterans. Many of employers telling key question why they are not employing veterans after certain traumas. To articulate about old system of employment is not good for veterans. We got such opportunity of today's dialogue, create possibilities for such dialogue and to solve these problems. I will repeat, war experience is very valuable experience, and it should be integrated to occupation list. People returning with huge skills. It's also technical skills. Veterans becoming a specialist which could fulfill very important task or complex task. And we would like to talk as we as a community could create ecosystem for veterans. Help. I will start that creation. Our veterans give us possibility to wake up in independent country, and they also give us opportunity and resource to create conditions for their return. It's the best people on our country, and we should be concentrated in long time projects and qualified help to them. We point your attention on work with family, which is part of our society. That's why help to families, it's very interesting that in a company do not have such practice like to commemorate their killed servicemen. We need to practice this and to create like long-term projects. Don't make long-term plans like for 1 year. It will be forever. It's a promotion of we should create image of dignity of this person who returning from this war. That's what we should do, start from today. Help and care about them in time of rehabilitation. We really thankful to Ukrainian business. You are representatives here. You're doing incredible things, but really focus is that person not coming from delegation or cruise. This person returning from war, and he or her, they need additional support in rehabilitation, and as much as possible to start their civil work. For realization of such demand, we creating project Practica. We renewing it all the time. It's in reality our approach, which we do now. Recently we presented set of investigation researches for employers. It's called Prosto Neba. In a field, and policy as employer. We create recommendation for people who will work with veterans. It's simple head of projects. So these manuals need to be done. Recommendation need to be done. It will not come when will be first row of demobilization. It's actual even today. We are going from a schablon. In Ukraine will not be present organization which not work with veterans or their families. So it's history about our future, and we should care that it will be for us with dignity. Thank you, Miss Irina. So through QR code you could read this Practica. Sergey. Until recently we communicated as association, but recently you decided to combine all communities, veterans community. What's the goal? For what? What you're planning to endeavor together? And you as veteran, as businessman, enterpriser, and snipers, commander. He's responsible for many things. Good day, everyone. Very glad to see cool congregation. I would like to see Viktor Moiseyev from Nikolaev, Anatoly Dmitrovich, Oksana could make it intriguing, this meeting. Such dvish, such movement. Oksana dragged me today for this. I will relieve you such secret. This veterans organization reborn. Kostya was our director. Maiska, Yana, many girls. What would I like to say? I would say that inhabitants of Vinnytsia is very good people. I was living in such hotel where we are now, and I was going for a breakfast. Breakfast was almost finished, and plenty of people was crossing me, and everyone hugged me and asked, how are you? And I was on prosthetic. And my mental health told me I need to go faster because breakfast would completely finish. So I will not eat. Do you remember how much we translated, communicated about thesis that veterans should be reintegrated to society, about their socialization? It doesn't work, such thesis. We got such big amount that situation is vice versa. We need to get society ready under context of war to prepare to receive them, these veterans. Major Margunov mentioned about elite of town. Veteran people, they're like kind of basis for building business and politic elite. And it's true. But many thinks that elite, that you owe them something, or order them, like kiss my ring. But in reality, it's about responsibility. Elite, it's first of all responsibility. Like uniting of such coalitions, business society and community societies, it's all about responsibility. Two most responsible drivers of Ukrainian society, business and veterans. For what business is not responsible? Business is creating new working place, taking part in a war, veterans, paying tax. In such conditions, incredible conditions, in good way to say, surviving and holding this state, all our people in state of to live normally. Veterans who protect by their health, blood, losing limbs, all our world which left peaceful world from aggressor. How can we also approve this responsibility? These two forces like grown up, and they understand that they need to be united in order to put us on another level and base our victory. I will tell about responsibility in concrete case, in particular case. We didn't take any budget money. We earned grant only twice, 1 million something hryvnias. But we have business school for veterans, hotline for veterans, program of mentor help. We already for 120 million or billions. So you took it from private business. We created like valuable papers, veteran obligation, and included some funds. We financing some veterans business which still educate themselves. They're receiving help how to deal business, creating working place. This responsibility should be transformed in particular benefit for veterans. It's certain relations with state.
Is now in the what is going on with the Ministry of Veterans, what is happening there. I personally like it. International community. I firstly was invited to the security conference, how the international relations started with the veteran business. First with the meeting with the European Commission, they invited, there was a nice representative present, Sergei Pozniak, Tomasz and others and European community before allocating this tranche of 50 billion. They were very interested with the future affairs with the veteran business, and our obligation was to tell them that we are going to support it, that we are to work in this sphere as it is relevant, and they wanted to know how we were going to return them to their normal life, to the business, and that is why the role of civil business should not be reduced. Civil business and veteran business should interact with one another and support one another. Next, all the European global weapons traders, weapons manufacturers, NATO and others, they say that there are many perspectives in veteran business. They see in the veteran entrepreneurship the route for supplying fuel, military equipment, weapons, to bring it all here. They say that we understand that these people defended their country, they ought to act faithfully and with dignity. I got acquainted with the company, with the big company mentioned by me, and we had meetings with them, and they invested billions of dollars to our project for the vehicles for veterans. There is to be an opportunity for ordering the services for vehicles and other services provided by veterans. Me as a disabled and my partner Korolova Marina, head of the organization, we agreed about our future actions. We selected vehicles, and due to all of this mentioned, we can scale up. And what is it for? For joining veterans, for uniting them. Thank you, Mr. Sergey, and we need to move to our next panel. But first, to sum up, your words were highly right. As the entrepreneurs, those who create working places, jobs, they want to collaborate with veterans, and we need certain practices, and that is why we can adopt practice of Ukrnafta, of Veteran Hub, and others. And you, Sergey, as a union of two parts of our society, veteran part and a civilian part, in terms of business. Thank you. And dear participants, we are moving to our last panel for today. We are to continue our event. For this panel, I am inviting Victoria Baltzer, Secretary of the Municipality Council of Voznesensk, and Mr. Volodymyr Kuchma, Head of the All-Ukrainian Association of Kramadas Communities. Ms. Natalia, first question is to you, as you are in a hurry. You need to go to take a train. Natalia Khvostenko, Executive Officer in charge of obligations of Medical Director of the Municipal Institution Center of Primary Health Care of Nemyshaevska Village Council. Can you share, please, your experience in working with veterans? You know for sure how the medical officers need to be qualified, trained for working in this sphere. Needs of veterans, it's about the rehabilitation, physical and mental. We need to provide them with a free medical aid. We need to provide them with the opportunity to refer to their family doctor for free. We need to provide them with the gratis medical services and additional funding, additional allowances. Therefore, why many people, many family members refer to for mental assistance, mental support, and they refer to the family doctors. But what you know is that there are not that many family doctors in Ukraine, and now we are underlining the importance for more experts to join in, to get involved, more social experts, family doctors, and all those relevant. So to create veteran hubs, veteran spaces, so to provide veterans with the opportunity to get care and to get support. Thank you. I would love just to add that Yana, your colleague, after our training in Kyiv in the space of opportunities, and made a call for creating a veteran space, and I know that you're working on it and you are planning to do it as soon as possible in the base of a hospital. And we're not just planning, we're searching for people who are to help us with the opening of the rehabilitation center. We are in search for experts and other specialist professionals to get involved and start helping. We would love to have this center working not just for veterans, for all those with the needs, for children, for people with problems. So it is a multi-profile center to be, and we are working on it. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Natalia. So we are saying goodbye to you. Thank you for your participation. Miss Victoria, we've met with Victoria once at one event, got to know one another, and initiated the issue of the development of capacity, veteran capacity, about the veteran policies. I would love you to share, I'm asking you to share about your progress in veterans sphere, in your experience in opening veteran space. Thank you, Ms. Oksana. I can say that 1 year ago sharp, when I came to that event, so to listen about the veteran policy and how it's related to the community and what we as community can do on site. In fact, when we have a goal, when we have experts, we can manage to do everything. You can manage to do everything. So I'm calling colleagues getting back to their native communities and start working. Today, about the progress of our work, we have a good statistics of cases processed by us. If to speak about the warfare, about the combats, we were the first who provided assistance. We were in the combat areas, we were in the occupied areas, and our community was under the occupation, but we suffered lots of destructions, damages. We had many missile attacks, missile hits, but we didn't stop because of these severe events, and we continued our operations as community, as we are a community and we need to work for people. And that is why thank you, Ms. Oksana, for providing me with an opportunity to be here and to speak with you. I would love to provide you with information about our tools and approaches which we use in our community. We perform strategic sessions, multi-profile sessions, where we invite representatives of different facilities, municipal, public facilities, and veterans and family members. It is a relevant principle. Such approach is relevant for our community of Voznesensk, and due to these strategic sessions, we set out 4 strategic priorities. First, was discussed by everyone today: development of veteran business. We see a leverage in this moment, creation of rehabilitation center, then opening a veterans space hub, what is to be the reality this year, and commemoration of commemoration and gratitude to the memory and honor of our defenders. What we decided that we need to create at the level of local self-government authorities a department unit of our executive committee. There are 2 wonderful ladies present here at this event who are working there, and they work with the cases of families and in the relevant issues about our priorities. Second, what we wanted to reach to create a single entering point, so to say, for all the veterans, family members with certain needs or require information, to have a single entering point for any possible issues. So for them not to go to different institutions, to have everything on site in one place. And we've done it in our Veterans Hub. We provide all the administrative services. We have 465 administrative services provided to the veterans and family members. We have 2 experts for supporting veterans and demobilized persons. We have social experts. They also have remote workplaces in this space and provide services. This month, the psychologist is to join our team. We've also arranged collaboration with the Center of Gratis Legal Assistance, and now we are engaging 2 experts who provide the services on business consulting. Of course, we need to mention the education, and once again, I would love to express my gratitude to the veterans, to the space of opportunities. They provided us with the valuable contacts, valuable people, and knowledge and information and practices, and we take their examples given to us and arrange same events, assume same measures which we learned. Our Center of Administrative Services collaborates with us, and now we are working on creating a space for administrative services in our hub, and we decided that we have and we decided to create this facility to be there, so to provide the veteran organizations and all the others related to receive services appropriately. And for them to be able to receive facilities for their activities for at beneficial terms and conditions. We have agreed to arrange their different activities. We are to have their various offices of various experts, and we are to be ready to provide services there, what I mentioned before. Services are our capacity, and we are capable to provide these services and to provide them in a quality manner. How our space is to look like as soon in the closest time. Here the pictures are presented. It is with the assistance of our partners, Program of Development of the United Nations Organization and European Union and others. The renovation process is ongoing, but we do not stop our activities. We work with veterans and respond to the requests of the veterans and veterans' families, and arrange for them different workshops and master classes. And I would love to express once again my gratitude to you and to you, Ms. Oksana, for providing with the opportunity to do this work and to help veterans. Mr. Dear colleague, you as the head of the community, I'm interested in the following. You as the how can the association take the experience and scale it up? Thank you for this question, but first I would love to express my gratitude to my colleagues, to all those who stayed here. We are this association, and we are finishing the last case of our All-Ukrainian dialogue regarding the reintegration of veterans in the communities. But I would love to start with humor in a good way, with positive vibes. We are, as a All-Ukrainian Association, as one of the oldest associations in Ukraine, among 400 associations, we have about 1,000 members in our association. We might be one of the first who started working on the matter of reintegration of veterans and studying their problems, issues, how to meet them, how to work with them, how to be with them, how to act with them, and not just with the veterans, with their families and those all related to the current relevant problem of veterans. The Ukrainian Association, our association's been working since the first day of the large-scale invasion. We work on the matters, on the issues, how we can help people with needs, people in need, how we can support veterans. And this year we created a committee which studies the problems of communities, studies the opportunity to provide assistance which we can provide together to communities, together with those veterans. It means the problem of veterans is not left aside the community. It doesn't matter where it is, in which corner of the world it is, whether it is the east or occupied territory, it doesn't matter. Everyone understands what is war, and everyone is in. And what we say that we are achieving good results, we're achieving success. In the course of the third Ukrainian dialogue, We've been working today for the second day already. Yesterday, for instance, we gathered all together, not just the heads of the territorial communities. We've invited the experts to come to this meeting, representatives of the ministries who are more mostly related to these issues. And believe me, we worked deeply on the steps made already by us and on our future steps. And I would love to tell you, all those present who were present yesterday, who were not present yesterday, but is present today, I would love to tell you that we have certain elaborations in the communities which are available, which you need to pay attention to, which you need to follow. When we give recommendations, some certain perspective about certain perspectives in this aspect, perspectives of our work in this aspect, we need to consider their communities. Given the above, there are many other challenges, but first of all, I would love to underline the following: that we are highly grateful to Vinnytsia for this meeting, for this for your welcoming attitude, for accepting us, and for providing us with an opportunity to communicate and work on such important, significant issues. Dear colleagues, we need to consider the recommendations given to us by the communities, but we need to act wisely. Sometimes many odd recommendations are given to us. Such recommendations, for instance, that this or that expert should be trained or qualified in this area. But okay, where to find these experts with such qualification? It's irrelevant. We need to work with those who we have, and we need to work on their training. I think that if we are not to do anything with it, we are to fail. This situation is to get more and more severe every year. We need to join our efforts among all the ministries, departments, and other institutions and facilities, and we need to think where we can find experts, okay, what we can do if we don't have them. And that is why the All-Ukrainian Association of Veterans is working on this matter. We are staying in touch with ministries, and we are holding constantly the discussions with them. We cannot keep silent. We need to focus on these problems, on these flaws in our procedures. And if we are to have the common vision with all of you, we ought to be then capable to develop that what we need now. As with stereotypes, with some odd proposals, we are to be incapable to overcome this difficult pathway to our success. We need to focus our attention. We need to focus on the quality of the services and quality of assistance provided to the veterans and the promptness of these services provision. Specifically today with you, all that we worked on is for the benefit of such big heroes of our country who are called with a big respect as veterans. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sergey, for your comments, for your participation, for what you do, for your efforts. I think that all the Ukrainian dialect was like a boost for all of us to gather and work once again on the relevant issues. If we have lack of experts, where to find it? Where to find them? We need to find them. We need to create them. We need to engage the IDPs. We need to engage all those related. We need to engage different ministries, all those relevant in these procedures for providing the services of a better quality for the benefits of our dear veterans. Friends, and we're closing our all the Ukrainian dialect, and I'm asking the facilitator to please remove these chairs and please launch the following. I am to provide you with a cool tool which you can take, which you can use in your practice. Please watch the video. The pathway of defenders. Implementation of veteran policy starts at the Territorial Center of Recruitment and Social Support. Mobilizing the defenders, the government mobilizes their families. Workability depends on the social support from their families and of their families. Social support is required to the injured and their families. The success of returning people to the normal, full life is an obligation. We need to meet the needs and requirements of everyone. We need to develop the capacity of communities for providing medical services, psychopro services, employment, business, and others. Service providers should be trained in working with veterans and their families. Thank you. You can use this video, post them in your networks and your resources for everyone to understand the importance of the capacity from others, how we work on our capacity, how we get ourselves prepared. And we are finishing our meeting, and let us finalize the solutions developed. First, Ministry of Veterans, the regulation number 702, providing the opportunity to create units of the departments of policies, separate autonomous units in charge of veteran policy. Next, regulation as a package for subvention and order of implementation of the project of the supporting expert for veterans. We are to launch it at the beginning of July. You remember the requests. You remember the importance of standards and how it should be done at the regional levels, from regional to the lower level, to the small communities. It is such an expert who is to be in charge of the work with the veterans. The task of the expert to provide the documentation for analytics to be performed by the ministries, and using this data after analytics, and the ministry is to prepare further recommendations and improvements. Next, decree created on the basis of spaces available already in Ukraine as civil society organizations, NGOs, charity organizations. If this is a municipal institution, it's a place of work for an expert. It is great as at the level of community, the Ministry of Infrastructure is in charge of, Ministry of Veterans is in charge of, and you need to join your efforts so to provide the services to support the veterans according to the decree 323. Please, dear colleagues, read this information. Everything is indicated in our recommendations and our guidelines. Reinforcement of direction of the support at the level of the territorial conscription committees, recruitment committees, and recruitment centers and centers of social policies. We discussed that there ought to be experts introduced to their teams to work at these institutions. These social experts are to provide assistance in their services as part of the territorial recruitment and social policy center. Social supporting officers, we have retrained 80 persons and selected 80 more. And the next, the decree of the Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Policy about the social adaptation, consisting of two parts: recovery as part of family, and with the assistance of social expert support in the social sphere. It is a enlistment of those solutions developed by us, which you can take and which you can complement with your ideas, what we discussed at the beginning regarding the local levels, regarding the introduction of the integration of social supporting officers and other issues discussed. Thank you. Our meeting is closed, dear participants.